Alrighty. This is
Whoa.
here we go.
Holy shit.
It's like the old days.
Wow.
So,
Pete, did you get fired? Why are you on here?
I work in a different department now, so I figured good time to come back.
Yeah. All right. So this is the Weekly Alaboom. It is the 14th of August in the year of our Lord 2024. If you are tuning into this and you are unaware, the Alaboom family suffered a loss. Jennifer Reynolds is kind enough to join us today because unfortunately we all lost someone who was very, very dear and loving to us. Mary is unfortunately taken from us far too soon at the age of 46. And so tonight we're not gonna, well, I'm sure there'll be a tear or two, but it's gonna be telling jokes and having fun and remembering how awesome that guy was. So yeah, I mean, hey, Ryan, how's it going, buddy?
Well, how are you doing?
Sorry, it's in the chat already, Travis. How do I turn the lipstick off and how to make my background not so fuzzy?
Let me see it, Bert. Look at that. Looks great.
Looks like how do I turn it off?
I think you should leave it.
You never looked better, man. You never looked better.
You also look very tanned.
I like that it's my daughter Violet is the name instead of my name. What's going on? I am.
Your daughter uses Zoom?
She has, but how do I remove this terrible?
So go down to the lower left corner. Next to the video, there's a little arrow. Click video settings. That will pop up. Then go to video advanced. I think, is that advanced? No, that's not it. Background and effects. Do you see the tab? Background and effects?
None.
Yeah, you can do none. I'm not sure about the lipstick part.
I think you should leave the lipstick.
I'd just say leave it.
It's working for me.
It does. You look very cute.
It's in there somewhere if you want to fiddle it up.
So one of the things I'd always ask Barry what he was drinking, and he always had that giant jug of liquid, and he was like, "Hey, there it is.
There it is.
What is it? What was it?
It's
sweet tea.
Wawa diet iced tea.
Diet iced tea.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I have a big giant mug of iced tea tonight. I
need a refill.
Yeah, there you go. When my dad cleaned out my grandfather's house, he had all these commemorative like bourbon containers, including this owl. And I asked if I could have this one, and there's still bourbon in it, so I might be refilling my drink with those. It's like Jim Beam.
I have this too, but I don't smoke, so.
I don't know. I just I mean, there's so many things, so many stories, so many things we could say. I mean, I do want to say something to get out of the way, and I will mention this a few times in the evening. But we are and this by no means is a what's the word I'm looking for here? You don't have to feel you have to do this, right? But we are, as the saying goes, passing the hat to help out with the costs of a memorial and what have you. And so we're asking that if you Venmo me, then we're gonna get a check cut and sent to Jen. And like I said, you don't have to. I mean, you don't have. I mean, if you can, great. If you can't, no big deal. Every little bit helps. But I'm saying Venmo me because I'm the only Lance Myxter in the world, and that's my Venmo. Lance-Myxter. If it asks you for the last, it always asks you if you want those last four or whatever of my phone number. if you need that, just ask. But you can feel safe in sending that to me because, like I said, I'm the only Lance Myxter. But if you need that, ask for those last four of my phone number if you don't already have it. Many of you already do. And if you don't have Venmo and you want to figure out some other way to do something, let me know as well. And you can reach out to me. I'm not hard to find in the world, but you can email me, lance@greyfoxgames.com or UndeadVikingVideos@gmail.com or Facebook or Twitter or however you want. Anyway, that's like the commercial. I'm getting rid of it. So I wanted to share the story, and then I'll turn it over to everybody else. But so I met, and I know a few of you are the same way, but I met Barry because he reached out to me and asked me to be on this podcast. And I remember,
Was that the video channel?
No, I think it was just like, I think it was a Metavita video channel. I mean, it was, and I just remember that he like out of nowhere he reached out, and it took us forever to work out a way to make it like it was one of those things where like he was like, does this day work for you? And I was like, yeah, that day works for me. It was like, does this day work for you, or does that day work for me? But the first time that I ever received any like information from him or whatever was, it was like I was trying to find like the first time he ever contacted me. It was way back in like 2014, and I found a bunch of other emails from him and things like that, and kind of going back and forth of him wanting me to be on his show. And that's how like we started hanging out and started talking. And then that's when like the Alaboom secret Facebook group got started. And we were allowed to like invite other people that were content creators at the time. That's why Barry got into the group. And then we started doing this because it was something to do, to like hang out and talk to people. We weren't even planning on making it live at first, right? I remember correctly, we were using the old because Zoom and like Streamlabs are like relatively new, but back in the day it was something else. It was like
Google. It was Google Hangout.
Google Hangout. That's right. That was right. It was Google Hangouts.
Right, would change who was talking.
That's right.
It didn't have this grid of people. It was always just like whoever was talking was going to be camera focused, right? I think.
Yeah.
Well, thank God for that. I couldn't handle staring at Lance's face that long.
Oh, it's like he never left, Pete. It's like he never left.
Welcome back.
I'm waiting for him to like ask me a question and then log out while I'm answering his question.
Not tonight. I won't do that to you, I swear. But maybe next week.
Yeah, no. And then I remember like he even he ran an RPG for us, like back when Fantasy Flight games made those end of the world books that were all about like what if the end of the world happened because of zombies or because of like aliens or whatever. And there's like 4 of them if I remember correctly. And if you have them, they're pretty big collector's items now because like they're gone. They never got remade. But I remember he made the people, I forget who everybody played, but he actually made us. Like it's what he thought. He made characters for us and put us in a zombie world, and we had to fight. And that was really fun. I remember the first time I ever met him was at BGGCon because I had at the old place where the original Glasscock room was, and I remember like I knew he was going to be there, and that old if you ever been to BGGCon at the old hotel that was right next to the airport, there was this really horrible restaurant. The food was overpriced.
Nice.
The food was overpriced and not very good.
Which
but I remember they had a decent breakfast buffet in the morning, and I remember like I got there like bright and early in the morning. I got in there like 10:30 or 11 because like anyway, just you can fly straight from Fargo to Dallas. It's pretty nice. And I saw this guy, and I was like, that looks like Barry, but I don't know if that's Barry. And he was just sitting there eating breakfast by himself, and I was like, and it was weird because like we'd been on camera and talked to each other several times, but I couldn't with 100% certainty know it was him. So I didn't want to bother some random guy who was eating his bacon and eggs. So I waited patiently, and then he was like coming down the stairs to go towards the the dealer halls, and then it was like, and as soon as and then he yelled out my name, and yeah, then it was like boom. I was like, dang it, I should have gone. But that was like the first time I ever met him, and that was like the first time I ever hung out and played games.
What year was that?
Imagine that story in slow motion with like a flowing dress behind Barry. So he came down.
Yeah, exactly. And those steps that the old one, they are like that. It was, it was. Scott, to answer your question, what year was that?
This was at the
2015.
airport.
It was at the
2015.
airport. Yeah, it was 2015. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but yeah, no, I mean, and that was the first time that I ever like, yeah, I mean, that we like spent time or did anything, and then it was kind of it made me, I mean, like when I went and I dug up the old emails, I mean, it was a nice, because you emails last forever, right? And so especially Google ones, because Google's not going anywhere. But it was nice to go back and,
Knock on wood.
yeah,
You just
Yes.
jinxed them.
it was nice to go back and read all of them, and of course even one of them, yeah, and he would always, like, every single time I'd ever complain about like a Kickstarter backer or something like that, he would make a fake. Not every time, but every once in a while, when we'd argue, and I'd say this guy wanted this, and this, and I'm not doing it, and he'd go and make a Gmail account to make one email to send me. I backed your whatchamadidig and this, and I was like, I don't know if it's real or not. I don't know. It could be a real person, or it could be Barry. And then I'd answer it, and then he's like, "Oh, fucker, it's me, Barry." And you just get rid of the Google. So, anyway, I'll shut up, and yeah, I mean, I'll let other people share their stories.
I don't remember the first time I met Barry in real life. Like, it always felt like he was around, you know what I mean? But I think I do remember the first time. Maybe it was, I know this was not the first time, but we were at Origins together. I think, Jen, when I first met you.
Yeah.
And we were hanging out at the booth, and I do remember you offered so generously to bring us water, and then nobody went to go help you pick it up, which I will regret to this day, because you had to carry it across the hall from your car, which was a long way. But I think I remember that very distinctly. Yeah. Wait, I don't know what year that was, though. That was in Origins, when I think we didn't start going to Origins till late 2010s. Gosh, it might have been like 8 years ago, though.
Yeah,
I think that was about
what year.
And yeah,
I was thinking it was about 2018. If you remember, Jen, I met both of you and Barry.
Yep.
And we played 51st State.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
You guys taught us the game, and we had so much fun with that game. There was just a really fun time. And then we had another time we got together and we played Yokohama. And I remember those games specifically, just how much fun we had together. And as we played the game, we just kept talking about how much fun we were having.
Yeah.
That was at Origins?
Yeah, that was at Origins. And then I remember Barry too calling me up when he started his new show on YouTube, and he said, "Berkey, you're one of the first people I thought of." He goes, "Don't worry, I won't embarrass you." I'm trying to remember the name of it.
I think he said that to me too.
Don't worry.
Yeah. Because Yeah, don't worry, I won't embarrass you. That
It
was,
sounded like we were really going to get roasted or something, you know, the name of the show, but yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Oh, and I sorry, I should have mentioned my mother who tunes in to watch. I think she does it just to listen to us talk before she goes to sleep. She
I'm so
always told,
sorry.
Probably
she always told me every single, you know, Barry's my favorite, and I was like, and I'm her son, so
You're like fourth, Lance.
yeah, probably.
That should be a Spotify thing, like a sleeping app that's Lance talking about doing something in Fargo with his uncle when he was a kid. Like,
That'd work for me.
and I remember there was like a stick and it was brown. It was probably 2 3/4.
And then up the street there was a pizza place.
Right.
And on Thursdays,
And it had a
pepperoni.
napkin. The napkin, there was a crease in the corner. When I think of Barry, I think of this is Barry's thing he would always say after I would talk for a long time. He would always say, I need a drink. I need a fucking drink, right? Or the first time I met Barry in real life, I walked up to him. He kind of raised his eyebrows. I talked for a really long time, and he just goes, Christ. Like, the only thing he said, Christ. I lived for that reaction from him because I knew I was going to get that reaction from him.
And that little giggle, you know, you make that little giggle noise,
and then he would take a sip from his oil drum, and then
hey Grant.
Hey, buddy.
Thanks for joining in, bud. We're just sharing stories of our interactions with Barry and just having some fun. So,
That's great.
Yeah. But Anthony, what do you remember? When was the first time you saw him?
So I
I
got
guess
to
you could
meet
say that.
Barry once
One
at
second.
the first PAX Unplugged. And I wasn't even expecting him. I didn't know he was even coming. I was working in the portal booth, and I turned around and I'm like, that guy looks familiar. And then I'm like, oh crap, it's Barry. And the thing about it was, so everyone remembers that Barry's favorite word is "use guys."
Use guys.
Yeah.
And he said,
Well, and fucker. He likes fucker.
Well, that
too.
yeah, but he goes. I was trying to keep it, family friendly. But he came over and he goes, "Oh, so you guys that work in the booth?" And I said, "Barry, don't you mean use guys?" And he's like, "Oh yeah," and his little laugh that that giggle that we all know and love. But yeah, no, it was. I don't know what I was expecting because I only had talked to Barry. Like I went back the other night and watched when he had me on his YouTube show, and short hair, short beard. It was odd. I don't because again, I know Barry, the Barry that's on the Boom every week, and and I forgot all about that. That's not the Barry that I first met. But yeah, the thing about Barry was always Barry. No excuses, no apologies, and that's what made him so lovable. Is he was grumpy, but not mean. He always wanted to get people's viewpoints on things to probably help him understand things that maybe he didn't understand. But like I said on Facebook, he was the salt of the earth. He was the kind of guy that if he lived next door to me and I needed something, I could probably go over and ask him. But more than likely, he'd see me outside struggling to do something and would just walk over and offer to help.
He'd wait a while and enjoy the struggle.
Well,
but yeah.
if it's me.
Watch you.
Especially if it's me. But that's the thing. We would talk about. I would get into some new hobby thing outside of board gaming, and Barry would be like, "Oh, yeah, I how much you spend so far on tools?" And I'm like, I don't even get started. But yeah, he was like Wilson over the fence, that kind of guy that just I wish I lived next door to him, because just that whole persona and attitude that was so natural for him. Just that's what makes Barry Barry.
We used to talk about woodworking stuff and little techniques, and he loved my dad's woodworking stuff that I would post, and he always had a little trick, and he made me a little wooden box way back when. I got it somewhere. And he just always had little gizmos that he was kind of coming up, and he had these questions like, well, I wonder if we put that in a jig.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could make a jig.
I mean, he kind of was weirdly kind of a Renaissance person in that respect, right? I mean, because I can remember like, and I don't want to give out a lot of whatever. I mean, Jen, I apologize if I overspeak, but I remember when I met him, he was still in the process of getting his legal situation with his former employer resolved.
Yeah.
And I remember he would always talk about, he's like, well, my settlement is coming, and I don't want to get into that really big, but I remember I asked him, I was like, so what are you going to do? What are you going to do with yourself after that happens? And he said, and he's like, I think I'm going to make a wood shop. And I was like, do you do stuff with wood? And he's like, yeah. He was like, yeah. But he was like, that was what he wanted to do. And then you watch that video that Scott shared, and that video that he made, but he's like, well, I needed a jig, and so he made, he made the whole thing.
That sign he made for the 20th anniversary. But I think he said he was late, which obviously I don't care. It was late.
Yeah.
But and then he made the video too, which was kind of crazy. But
yeah.
Go watch that video and you'll get into Barry's mind.
Very much.
Barry.
Scott, I apologize. We interrupted you, and you were trying to say something. So
well, I was just showing. I did display a couple of pieces that Barry had worked on. And then I've got this one. I don't know if I ever showed this. Maybe I did once when he made it. The day he made it, I'm not exactly sure. There's like a piece of wood underneath there, underneath the.
I see. Yeah, I see the
shape of the logo, I guess, or the guy's head. I think this is the old logo.
Yeah.
But then this is my favorite part.
Yeah.
This is like
classic
I will
Barry.
not ever forget.
He made me a plaque that says bitches, because that's what he called me.
Yeah.
So
out of love.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I answered to it. So
yeah. Hey Ryan, thank you so much. Robert, thank you very much for. I mean, I want to make sure I point out when somebody, if somebody does.
This was his response to the trolls, by the way. Not
not you.
To you. Not
he
you.
was always, well, no, I mean, he always like, don't let the trolls get you down.
Well, yeah, I mean, and it was just like, well, no, he was the first person to always say, "Oh, Scott, your shitty GeoCities website."
Yeah. Does anybody have a glasscock? I couldn't find it.
I
think mine's in
do.
the room somewhere. I was trying to find it.
You
I'll
got
take a
a
look better.
Mine's in my.
I know I've got it here. I just couldn't
storage
find it
locker somewhere. I gotta go track it down.
on the shelf somewhere, but I couldn't
Yeah.
figure it.
It was on my wall.
But I think he made like a dozen of those things, and we
Yep.
shipped them out to everybody. That was in the glasscock room.
Yeah, it was very kind. He sent me one.
Yeah.
So, for those of you who don't know, I mean, obviously you do know, but Glasscock was the nerve center room for BTG
it was like the war room.
Fall, and but it was also where if we were cool and we were friends of Aldi, we got to go in there and play games and hang out and eat a Snickers bar. So
Raid the candy and
yeah,
all the soda. No
Raid the
tepid
can-
lemonade.
no tepid lemonade
No
there,
tepid
baby.
lemonade. God, I haven't heard that word in a long time.
What's I don't know.
Chip in.
I mean, not that this has nothing to do with Barry, but I don't know how you get people to keep sponsoring the BGG Con.
Oh, last year I
event.
sponsored it.
Oh, you did? Okay, I remember like
No,
2
but
years ago.
nobody would kick in for that.
Yeah,
But it's okay. We'll figure it out.
yeah. No, it was towards Sunday it gets pretty lean in there. But I mean, those first few days, people are like, I
Like
mean,
1,000 cans of Coke.
it's ridiculous how bad people
Yeah.
hammer on that. That's something that like like a vendor room. That's something that you do that. I mean, Gen Con doesn't do that. Origins doesn't do that.
I thought you said they did.
Gen Con did it for media people. There was a media room that you could
It's still there.
that you go in
Does it have-
like
does it have
one year
drinks?
there was just coffee and bottles of water, which was fine. But one year I went in there and there was sodas. I was like, this is pretty sweet.
Somebody brought some.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Somebody's got to tell some jokes or some stories, or else I mean, I can keep talking, but then Pete's gonna yell at me. So
I'm trying to turn over a new leaf, so no shit talking for me.
What?
what?
Where's Travis? Where's Travis? Tan lips.
Are we taking odds on how long this lasts?
30 seconds.
Yeah.
The tip
Over
of
under.
The tip of my knife has been blunted at long last. Grant's here. Let him be the funny guy.
Who came up with the Berry 15?
That was me, and I was thinking about that, and I was
We hadn't done it in a while.
Hadn't done it in forever, and I was now I'm kind of mad at myself. Obviously, I mean, I would just because that was like I'd have to like. The reason I did it was because it was when my kids were young. Because you gotta remember we've been doing this damn thing for 8 or 9 years or whatever, and my kids were young, and they were like, I gotta go tuck them in, and that's like make sure they go to the bathroom, make sure they brush their teeth, read them a story, read them another story. And I was like, okay, it's the Barry 15. Barry, you got it. I'll be back in a bit. And then like I'd make Barry ask all the questions and he'd like, oh, geez.
Don't worry, Lance. That time will come back because as you get older, you're gonna have to go take pee breaks and get a hot warm towel for your feet and all that stuff. So
hot warm towel for your feet. That sounds
You have
nice.
like Benjamin Buttons or something, Pete? Why are you talking shit when you're the same age as everyone?
I'm younger than Lance. I'm older than you.
I think Berkey might be like what is the Gandalf and Radagast? What are they called? Starry or something? Like I think he might be one of those, but
the elder statesman.
The rest of us are basically the same age, right?
I'm glad that Berkey's here. I'm not the old man.
Berkey's majestic.
I know you guys,
Grant's a
I
pup.
feel like if Berkey walked
Yeah.
outside, he'd put his
you
arm out.
guys make me feel like the young guy here. So thanks.
No. Yeah.
Grant, how old are you?
40 even.
Yep, you're the young one.
Child. Get Forrest in here.
Yeah, because Barry was kind of the young one. I mean, for us for the longest time. Hey, everybody, it's Shane, my boss.
Hey, Shane.
Hey, Shane.
Hey, Shane.
You're on mute, Shane.
Might be
What a
muted.
ray of sunshine, this guy.
Let Grandpa figure out the microphone. Give him a moment.
Grandpa, is the microphone on? Is the microphone on?
There you go. You got it.
Come closer to the screen. I can't see you.
Shane, could you put your face entirely against the camera? That would be helpful.
Look, this is where I sit. What can I tell you?
You wearing a GoPro? What's going on?
I don't know, man.
So Shane, you'll appreciate this. When my grandfather passed away, my dad's dad, he had all these like Jim Beam bottles that were like collector's editions, and then this one was an owl, and my dad said you could have it, and it still has whiskey in it. So that's what I'm drinking.
You drinking that?
Alcohol doesn't go bad, babe. Just gets.
Yes, it does.
It's kind of like those Avon bottles, with that old lady perfume in it,
Oh, remember those? They were all like decorative. Whose mom was an Avon lady? My mom was an Avon.
My grandma was. We always had that around.
I got in big trouble when I was a kid because I ate all the chapsticks from the chapsticks she was trying to sell because they were like flavored chapsticks, and
And you took off the lipstick. Yeah.
Yeah.
I figured out how to take the lipstick off, and I no longer have my daughter's name. It's great.
No, that's
Moving up in the world.
Baby steps.
That's right.
yeah, I mean, all right, whoever, I mean, I played games. I know Kevin, you and Barry played Yokohama with me the year that, and we played it at that weird board game cafe outside of Origins that Barry found. Like, I remember they had pear cider, and it was really good.
Yeah, it was at the King's
Wow. Good pull.
Landing or something. King's Corner.
Now you're saying that King's thing, that does sound familiar now that you say.
Is that the place that has the basement game room? Like
Yeah.
you walk down to it. I've been there. That place is kind of, it was kind of off the beaten path on one of the side streets.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let you bring food in, but Bertie smuggled in backpack jerky and had pockets full of jerky for everybody, and we
Nice.
But that was when I was that was back when Tasty Minstrel Games. That's when I worked for them, and I had that one copy of Yokohama that I brought back from Japan, and we were having people play it, and then I was filming their reactions to it. So, but I remember that's a game I played with him. Does anybody else? I mean, obviously, Jen, you played several games with him, I'm sure, but does anybody else? What games did you play with him, Jen? When you played games, what games did you play with?
We played Mansions of Madness, Arkham Horror, pretty much everything in his collection he got me to play. I really like Powerline. We played Carcassonne a lot. We played pretty much everything.
I mean, of all that stuff, what is the ones I mean, like, I just can't even imagine. Ask my wife. So, I mean, let's play. We're gonna play Arkham Horror. This is gonna be 4.5 hours.
Hey, he got her to play the original 51st State with all the iconography.
Yeah, we played that. Yep. I got burnt out for a while, but yeah. I just got him Jaws because that was in his Amazon cart, but we never got to play it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
There's so many games in there.
Did you ever go over to Beer Mongers with the Cabal guys with Barry?
No, I never went because I work in a bakery, so I have early hours, and I have to be in work early.
I was on the Discord, in the Cabal Discord for a little bit, and a couple of people brought it up. We were chatting about it a little bit, and Chris Miller, they have a lot of fond memories of, Beer Mongers closed during the pandemic, but they loved Barry going over there and hanging out there. Were you ever over there, Anthony?
Beer Mongers?
Yeah, is that too far away for you?
Oh, that's way too far away.
Way too far away.
Kid just said, I remember when Jen would do the review vids with Barry, and she was the wooden meeple that he would feature on camera.
That was so clever.
Yeah, I didn't want to be on camera.
There would be these little he would be like these little quips that he would do, and you're just like, that's hilarious. These. He never got really recognized for that, unfortunately.
I used to like when I talked to Barry about a game, and he asked me what I thought. He says, "Yeah, I think I get it, but I don't think Jen would play it." I said, "You got her to play 51st State and Arkham Horror. She will play anything with you at least once."
That's true. Yeah.
Hey, the professional hanger-on finally showed up.
Hey, Keith.
Hey, Keith. Thanks for joining in, Keith. I appreciate it. Now I'm going to put you on the spot then, since you just showed up. Tell us a story about you and Barry hanging out.
I don't really have any great stories because I only met Barry in person a couple of times, and it was just nothing different from hanging out there than it was hanging out on the boom. But I'll say that from the Alaboom, whenever we actually had a guest where we were being semi-serious journalists, especially early on. You know, when we were trying to ask questions, like we weren't just talking to ourselves and wanting to learn things from people. Barry always had the best and most insightful questions. You know, we'd ask our stupid normal questions, but he'd always be the guy that would, as our professional grump, he was our one that always had the best, most professional questions from a journalistic standpoint, I think. And I always admired that about him because he could flip that switch and just be really insightful instead of just being jackasses like us all the time. And that was really special about him. And, you know, there's no replacing him. So, he'll be missed, and I've been here a while. And I'm sorry for that because I don't get to talk to him. But he's a good man, and we'll always love him.
Yeah, he was. You know, I mean, I don't want to try to bring anybody down, but I mean, like I've said many times, it doesn't feel real, right? It just doesn't. It just, like, I mean, even when I was setting up the thing, I like he was always the guy that would log in right at 9 or whenever I sent him the link. Like, it was like he was waiting, and then he and I would have to BS. Sometimes it would be for, you know, only like 7 or 8, 9 minutes, and then Scott would show up, and sometimes it'd be like 20 minutes and a half hour. It would be like, and we're like, it's like, come on, there's got to be somebody else. We're running out of things to say to each other.
I was gonna say, those are some of my best Barry moments, is when we'd get on early, because I haven't met him that many times in person either. It was mostly in passing, but I was usually one of the early persons as well, and he would always be there. And you just get 5 minutes of pre-show Barry just shooting the shit, seeing how you're doing, saying what's going on in his life and stuff. And those moments were pretty cool because he just, you know, first never met him, didn't know who I was from anyone else, and just started talking and makes you feel comfortable and welcome and at home. And I'll never forget it. It just doesn't feel the same without him.
No, I was thinking about him earlier, and something clicked with me for the first time today. But the rest of us are always, we're the head right in front of our monitor. But Barry's set up, as we can see right now, there. The camera's across the room. So we always got to see the computer on the lap, the cats crawling on him, the haze that was always around his head. And I mean, but nobody else had a setup like Barry on the show. And it was really unique that, hey, I see Barry as he is in his home, which is his chair for that podcast, and that's where he was. He was not sitting in front of that computer staring at that monitor. He was sitting back having a good time and chilling and being at home with us. So that was one that just never clicked in my brain until I was driving this morning thinking of what can I say about this man that we're all going to miss. And it's just, you know, that was something different that he did that nobody else did as well. He was, I can't believe it. So, and I've been gone for years, you know, because life has gotten in the way, and I regret that time that I didn't get to spend. But I know I can go back and see him live forever on the channel, which is a blessing that we all have, and we can relive that, fortunately. So he'll never be truly gone for us.
So as we're all talking, in my head, I have Barry responding to all the things we're saying in his very Barry way. Like the other Barry expression all the time was, "Oh, I never thought of it that way."
Yeah.
Like, he'd ask something or he'd go off on something, and like someone else would chime in with their viewpoint. He's like, "Oh, yeah, I never thought of it that way." And then when Barry sometimes would crack himself up and he couldn't finish the sentence because he was giggling over it. Like, and then you want to like, that's a Barry thing. And like every time you talked and said something, Lance, I'm like, in my head, I'm hearing Barry go, "Oh, Lance, you're so dramatic."
Yes, that's true. So I was digging through. I had to find, and I mean, I did finally find like he had his a sit down or an interview with people, and I found my old thing where we talked for like an hour or so. But he had this new thing where he was like, "Are you board game glamorous?" or something like that, and he was like,
Garbage.
Board game garbage.
board.
Yeah,
Well, but
that's the show I was talking about. Are you
But-
board game
Yeah.
garbage?
But he actually had this thing with Jamie Stegmeyer, you know, and they just, you know, they talked for like, you know, nearly 40 minutes, and it was classic Barry, you know, just whatever. And then some person on there like did a comment, because it wasn't, you know, it's Barry. It wasn't like he had flashy things or whatever. And the comment, I remember it was like, he's like, "This was an awkward video. You didn't really do your research on your subject. Good job to Jamie for managing to get through this," or whatever. And I figured, I saw that Barry had responded to it. I was like, "Oh, I can just imagine." But Barry was actually very kind. He's like, "Thanks for taking the time to comment. This series is an informal, blindish type of thing to get to know the real person behind the company. I would suggest not watching the next one if you didn't enjoy this one. Cheers." And I totally thought they were like, "Well, fuck you, fucker." But no, he was actually kind of nice. He was just like, "Hey, you probably shouldn't watch anything else I do."
I don't know if any. Yeah, I don't think many people would respond that way.
Mm-mm.
I don't know. I just,
We usually delete that stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
Barry didn't. He
No.
just told him, go watch something else.
There he is interviewing me.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah. No, he
In my interview, he apologized to me like 6 times. He didn't want to keep me too long. I'm like, I can talk as long as you want. I don't care. I said, I have a podcast that's 3 hours long. You think I mind talking? I like talking.
He took it upon himself to make an intro guide to BGG with Laney, which I was just like, you don't have to do it. You know, like it should be our job to like explain ourselves. But he was very adamant about it, and it was great. I mean,
No, it's
he took
BBG.
What's that?
It's BBG.
BBG. Yeah, BBG.
God, I
But,
found the glass cock.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, I need to find it.
It's beautiful.
Hey,
Well,
Forrest.
if you can't,
I know
if
it's
you
on my
can't find
shelf.
mine, you should have one for sure. So let me know. I can.
I've got it. It's just
Okay.
it's just off my shelf somewhere.
I'm stroking Gary's cock right now. So
Mine's in my storage unit. I should have gone over there and looked for it. Dang it. Oh well.
I have one in the other room, so
Just as a reminder, I mean, and I, you know, like I said, I'm gonna say this a few times, and I'll put it in the description box of the video once this goes permanent on my channel. To help Jen with the costs of the memorial service and the funeral, we are accepting donations. I've gotten a few of you who've already done it, so thank you so much for that. You can Venmo me directly. Lance Myxter. I'm the only person in the world with that name, so you don't have to worry about like being fraudulent or anything like that. But if you want, text me or reach out to me, and I'll give you the last 4 digits of my phone number so you can confirm. But yeah. So just thanks a lot for being cool, and for the people that are already done, thanks a lot for being cool about that too. So my mother just texted me and said, "I'm tired and I'm trying to stay awake, but Barry was my favorite." Again, I'm her son.
You're 4th.
Probably.
It's Barry, Matt, me on a good day, and then you.
Lance, is PayPal also a good option for those that don't use Venmo?
Oh yeah, you can. UndeadVikingVideos is my email.
Yep, I know. I'm just checking because that's how I have you saved. So I just figured I'd let
Yep.
other people know as well.
Yep, and if that stuff just doesn't work and you need something else, just let me know, and then I'll let you know. The last game I can remember like playing with him in person because we did some stuff. He helped out playtesting some Gray Fox stuff. But the last one was that game Automania, which is a very good game that like nobody played it, nobody did anything with it, and it came out forever ago. But we played it at like he had just bought it from a vendor at BGG-Con, and he like said, hey fucker, let's go play this. I was like, oh okay. We found some table. That was back when you could find an empty table at BGG-Con easily, and now of course it's too big. But that was the last time I remember playing a game in person. That's a really good game too. Like I said, I got to go find my copy and play it again. I mean, we can talk about other stuff too. Does anybody have a grievance? I was fully expecting I had to drive 4 hours to Minneapolis. My son's orchestra was played the national anthem for the Twins game today, and then we watched the game and we drove back. And I was fully expecting I'd either run like there'd be some jackass on the road, there'd be some jackass at the ball game, or there'd be a jackass on the way home. And I didn't run into any of that. I had no grievances.
That means you were the jackass.
I was just gonna say that means the only jackass is you.
Well, I mean, there was an annoying thing where basically when the kids got to go on and do the national anthem, they like they had this process where like the kids are gonna play, and then like he's got a cello, and they said so they're going to go back to the buses, and they're gonna put their instruments back underneath the buses, and then they're gonna come into the game. And we're in this section where everybody's supposed to come, and we're watching all of these orchestra students file in, and my son is nowhere. And I was just like, and then so I'm texting him, my wife's texting him, we're calling him, and like nothing. And I'm trying to get a hold of him. And it's just kind of like, and it's one of the things he said, it's like, you have your phone, yeah? Okay, it's just like, listen for your phone, because we're, in case something happens. So there was like a moment of like kind of where the heck is he kind of thing, where there was all these other kids, and he just had wandered off from his chaperone to, him and his buddy, and the one kid in the school is a friend of his whose parents still haven't gotten him a phone, so there's no other phone we can call to get a hold of anybody. And the two of them had just like wandering deer in a forest, just wandering around, looking at everything. They can't figure out how to find their section, can't figure out how to find their seats. So that was annoying. But that's not really a grievance. I can't really have a grievance against my own son, so it's just kind of like,
Why not?
Oh, yes, you can.
Yes, you can. 100% you can.
That's just bad karma. That's bad. So I gave him a little bit of a stern talking to, and he got upset. And I felt bad. But it was a learning moment for him.
So the grievance is with yourself.
Yes. And then I felt bad because he's there to have fun and watch a baseball game, and now he's upset because I'm upset, and so I was just like, so I went, bought him a lemonade and had a chat. Made it. So
does lemonade help with emotional scarring?
Was it tepid?
Tepid lemonade, yeah.
Well, it eventually was, because it was a pretty warm day.
I'll get you a lemonade, but no ice.
The bottle of lemonade came out of the cooler very cold. Like I said, it eventually probably. And then we had him just go sit with his buddy, and so he didn't have to be around us, and so they could just have a good time, enjoy.
So I can't find the glass cock, but I did find this nice piece he made.
Oh, nice.
Michelle.
That's fancy.
Yeah, it's super nice. It's got like an inlaid fill. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, I remember he always
Another
talked about your long-suffering wife.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, very nice.
Very nice. It's a good saying now.
He was very good at what he does. you know,
And he picked this up pretty recently, right? I mean, within the past.
well, yeah, that's just
When
it,
he, yeah.
you know. You know, it's just it's you know, I mean, and I don't want to go down like a metaphysical existential thought process or anything like that, but I still remember when I was a kid and my mom's dad, they come and visit. They lived in Minot, North Dakota, and they'd come to the big burg of Fargo. And I remember he had this checkbook out, and he was just sitting there, and he was like, and there's like those calendars and the checkbooks, and he was just sitting there writing and like the tiny little things, but he's just writing little tiny notes in every single thing. And I remember I asked him what he was doing, and he's like, "Oh, I'm just scheduling out my next couple of months, you know." And I was like, "Oh," and I was like, "What are you scheduling?" And then he just looked at me, he goes, "Well, the older I get, the more funerals I'm invited to." You know, I was just kind of like, "Oh." And so I just thought about that. I was just like, I mean, when we started doing this goofball show as just something to do because we were bored on Wednesdays, you know, I had no idea we were going to continue doing this for as long as we have. No idea, right? And the show went through some changes. I mean, at the very beginning, it had a lot of people that no longer show up anymore or no longer are part of this, and it went through some growing pains and things like that. And but I mean, Barry was just a constant. I mean, like it was just he was like he was. I mean, like it was weird when he wasn't here. Like when Jen, when you and him would like be at Disney or something like that, and he would
Yeah.
still try to log in. He would still try
Yeah.
to like get it to work, and you know, and or
It
he
wa-
at least log into the chat and just say, you know, "Hey fuckers," you know.
it was like he was a fixture. He was the set.
Yeah. And and of course, like as the evening wore on, like he would be tired or more
Excuse me.
mind altered, I guess would be a way to put it. And you could definitely you could tell when he reached that point. Forrest, just you've got to have a story. You've got to have a Barry story, Forrest. You got to have a memory, something that comes up to you. I mean, nothing.
My favorite thing for Barry was and I really it was a gut punch because and it was weird. I don't think I've ever actually met Barry in person ever. Not once. I don't think so. And I was like, I don't feel like I've ever been this like rocked by like someone dying that I never actually met before. It was just weird for me because I just always look forward to talking to Barry, you know? And he was a fixture, you know? It's just my favorite thing though was how he would always whenever you had to go for like a long period pick up the slack. Like he always felt I feel like he always felt like that was his job, and he was really good at it too. And it was a much different show when Barry led it. And
You can say it. It's
arguably-
okay. Better. It's
arguably,
better.
It was
It was better.
The thing about it that is always impressive to me is I don't know if you remember when Barry first came on the show, and Barry never thought he was going to be part of the group. He thought he was the guy from the audience that we pulled up on stage and let him sit there and watch us be idiots. And he would be really quiet. You'd have to like pull stuff out of Barry back then. And then it's like, no, Barry, you're part of this. Go for it. And then he just ran with it. And it was like you said, like Lance would get up and Barry had a question for somebody. Like, you know, either to Matt or to Evan or to Scott. Like he always like, oh, okay, here we go. I'm Ed McMahon and Johnny's off tonight. So here I am. And
That's a good one.
That is a really good way.
but yeah, like when we first sent Barry the invitation to come on, he like sat there and he like unless we addressed him, he didn't say a word. We kind of had to like let Barry become Barry to let everyone be like, okay, you be yourself. we're all just being ourselves. You know, we have you here because we like you. You got something to say it. And then he just felt more and more comfortable every week. And then, you know, sometimes Barry would just talk about stuff and be like, okay, Barry, nope.
I used to have conversations with Barry.
Hey,
every
it's
now and
other
again.
Barry.
Yeah. Morning, everyone. Yeah, he would ask me a few questions, tech questions about how to do streams or how to best approach a video or whatever. And I just said, just be yourself. Fuck what everyone else is doing. Just do it for you. Don't worry too much. And you know, every time I'd come on out of all the conversations I had with all of you, he was like the most down to earth American, because you Americans are so fucking full of yourselves, I tell you. But yeah, he was like the most down to earth, grounded person. And we would just chat occasionally. Not, I mean, we weren't close, but you know, we would talk and talk about stuff. And it was as you said, a gut punch. When Lance phoned me on Sunday, I was just like, no, this isn't possible. But trail off into the distance. Come on, Barry, fill up with a question. Come on. Here's a question for someone, mate.
I got him back today. I could go bring him in this room, but you know, it's just a box.
Oh. Scott, you know what just jumped in my head, don't you?
No, what jumped in your head?
She just said she got him back in the box today. So we're going to put him in the hourglass.
Oh, the
So
hourglass.
he can keep going to game night.
Play him yeah, it can always be a game night.
So Scott and I forever.
It's a
laughed
perpetual
at
meme
this
that keeps coming around
perpetual meme.
in the Facebook groups.
Yeah,
People
it's
think they're
constant. It's like,
clever.
yeah, it's the constant. They think they're clever. It's when your loved one passed away, put them in an hourglass so they can continue to participate in family game night. And as soon as she said he was there in a box, I just pictured Barry Hourglass.
Barry in the hourglass. Yeah. It's a
In
little
a good way.
Yeah.
What, there's only like 60 seconds of a human person.
Oh no, Barry's at least 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
We gotta do 15.
Yeah, well, other Barry, come on, take over. Do the 15.
Do the 15.
Yeah.
What 15?
That was like when I had to
Barry
go like
15.
tuck my kids in. It was the Barry 15. They would like, now that's your job. You
You
got to ask a question. You got to. Come on, other Barry. Let's go.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say
Other Barry.
Yeah, that's me. I'm the fake one, the real fake Barry, and all you other fake Barrys are just imitating. So, well, I just want to apologize to Barry's wife, Jennifer, because when he interviewed me, it was like a 4-hour interview, and he was late for dinner, and I felt bad.
He doesn't eat that much anyway.
No, but we just, I don't know. He reminded me of me, not just because of the namesake, but it was just like, you know, he's just a regular dude who loves board games, and he wanted to do something for board games. And even if it was just, you know, making these how to play videos mainly for himself, so he could remind himself of how to play these games, was, you know, I would just encourage him. And it was last week. Last week, my son pulled out a game, a little card game called, I think you Americans call it Yardland or something like that. But it was Arminty City. It's a little train building game. And I didn't want to read the rules because they were in French. And so I flicked through my videos that I did, reviews I did back in the day, and oh, there it was. And I started watching it, and I thought of Barry, which is very strange. And so, because those words always resonate with me. It's like, I'm making these videos for me, so I can remember the rules for the games.
That's what. Yeah, that was why he was making the videos.
Yeah. And I just thought of him at that moment, and that was last week. And it's like, yeah, practically that's what I've done. I've made videos of board games to remind myself of how to play them. Because it's like been 10 years. My kids are 10 years apart. So now the little one's are 7. And yeah, he wants to play those 7-year-old games, which my 17-year-old used to play 10 years ago. So it's like, this is fun.
10 years between kids. Did you forget where they come from?
No, I didn't want it anymore. I'm not a nice person. I'm not a papa person. I wasn't born to be a daddy.
Why do you say that?
Hmm?
Why do you say that?
Because that's
You're
not
like,
what I am.
Oh.
My daughter is my best friend. I'm not her dad. I don't know. We've flipped the bird at each other. We talk about sex. We talk about, she was about 14 or 15. She watched Game of Thrones with me. And we go into the complexities of the characters and how, and then, I mean, the other day she just come out of the blue, oh, you know what? Varys was my favorite character. Everyone says Tyrion's the best character. Varys is the best character, she said. And I was like, yeah, I agree with you. He was steering the way for the world to be a better place. But yeah, she's my best friend. I'm not her dad. I'm just someone there to break up the arguments between her and her mother.
Well, I've seen you be her dad.
Yeah, I mean, I think you sell yourself a little short there, buddy. I mean,
Yeah, I think you have this stereotypical picture of what a dad, especially of a daughter, is supposed to be, and that is bullshit.
yeah, I know. I mean, when my daughter was 10, like for the longest time, favorite movie was Cabin in the Woods. What was I doing while a 10-year-old kid watched Cabin in the Woods? Full of blood and death and gore and
We
screaming.
thought it was a camping movie.
No. I knew exactly what it was, and she just thought it was hilarious, and we were just laughing. Even there's some parts that scared her a little bit, but I mean, I just stopped the movie and I'd say it's a movie. It's not real. You don't have to let it get to you. Just okay, So I think you're selling yourself a little short there, Barry.
Yeah, I've only got one role model, so as long as I'm doing a better job than he is, well, he did, I don't care.
Shane, you're super quiet. Do you have anything to share with Barry other than the fact that you just thought he was hilarious?
that I thought that I thought
Well, I remember when I told you, you said, what? And you're like, and you always said it's just that giant cloud of smoke sitting in a chair.
yeah. I was thinking about it, and I was thinking about it, and I never met Barry in person. It was just through this show, and one of the things that struck me was there's people that you meet that you just kind of instantly have like a rapport with, or not. I don't know, like you just like, yeah, this person's really cool. And I think maybe it was Fake Barry that said it, down to earth, or just like, I don't know, just a regular dude. And there was, I don't know, there was nothing, there was just no ego. There was no any of that. It was just, you would just talk to him and you just didn't get any of those vibes you would get from sometimes from other people, like is this person trying to get something out of me, or like they're not being real. Like he just always felt very genuine in any interaction that you had with him, which you can't really say for
For a lot of people.
a lot of people, myself included, right? So sometimes he just was just a really, really good dude. Just somebody that, I say it like this, somebody you would always want to have a beer with.
Mm-hmm.
So Shane, you're thinking like me. You always wanted to be a person like Barry. Someone who didn't give a shit what someone else thought of them, but didn't but was caring. Like they didn't say I don't give a shit about anything. It was more of the, well, this is who I am. This is what I am. I'm real. I'm not putting on any sort of act in any situation. And you sit there and you're like, man, I wish I could be that.
Yeah. I mean,
that's right. He didn't care. I mean, it was like he didn't believe that there were bridges to burn. He didn't, because he didn't care about the bridges to begin with. Yeah, so he would say whatever was on his mind.
Yeah.
You probably know that better than anybody, right, Jen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't hold stuff back.
That's healthy, right? I mean, that's
Did his mouth ever get him into trouble, Jen?
with people other than you?
Absolutely it did. No. He pissed my father off one Christmas morning. So and then going through his computer, I found a letter that he wrote to my father. So yeah. My dad, when he passed away, we knew he was gonna pass, and I said, do you have any words of wisdom? And he said no, and then he goes, yeah, tell your husband he's an asshole. So they made up before he died, but yeah, it was Barry spoke his mind. He didn't hold stuff back.
Who's your asshole?
Hey Matt, thanks for joining in, man. You just stepped in, so now you got to tell a story about Barry. Something that
Barry never like the first thing that comes to mind with Barry is the initials game. I don't know what made up the mixture of knowledge in that man's head, but it was wide and deep. He would pull out these, like, nobody would, like, it would be crickets for everybody. The 6 clues would go by and Barry would chime in and say, it's this. And we're like, what? No. And it was. That was the answer. And just the every now and then, and actually more often than a lot of people, Barry would just like chime in and like, yep, that's the answer.
Something you didn't think Barry would know anything about.
Yeah. And you're like, okay. What it was pretty funny. And I always loved chatting with Barry about his guitar stuff, and and then people like everybody else on the call would be like, okay, that's enough of that. Let's get back to the board games.
I would always, it would stun me the nights that he would win initials. Like he would just be in some weird zone that it would just be.
That's it.
Yeah. He would just be like, just mitochondria, or whatever. You're just like, what? And then you'd always say, well, I'm not too stoned yet. Just like,
yeah, like if it was something like having to do with like World War II or the Old West, like those are Barry things. And then also he'll pull some rapper out of his butt.
Yeah, totally.
But then I watched the video that Scott posted the other day when he made that thing, and the music that he has playing on it, it's like, I'm like, what the hell is going on?
That's what I was thinking as well. I was thinking
he also did these cuts with that video.
Yeah.
Which was just off the wall.
And I watched it all and I was amused and again, I didn't know he was a woodwork person.
Well, then he also did his line dancing, or what was that called?
Yeah, the jig, the Irish jig.
The Irish jig or whatever.
Yeah.
What's that called?
I remember that, and that was just ridiculous.
But yeah, it was like, that's cool music, man. Oh, we could have talked grunge and metal all day, and
it just man, I'll say what everybody's thinking. It just sucks.
But it does.
Just there really isn't much else I can say other than that. It's just garbage. Kabuki Kid posted like on the last Alaboom last week, and she's like, last one with Barry, and I was like, I can't bring myself to watch it. I don't think I ever will be able to. I mean, it just I used to go back and like look at some of the old ones and whatever. I just no. It's kind of like having a voicemail from somebody that has passed away, and you're like, well, I could check my voicemail, but I don't want to hear that voice. So like I haven't. I mean, like the stuff from I have voicemails from my stepdad on my phone, on my account, and it's just like everybody's like, your voicemail is full. I was like, well, first of all, nobody leaves voicemails. Secondly, it's just like I can't go and listen to them because I don't want to hear that voice, right? Even if it's just to save it, I'll hear it for a second. I just can't go back and watch. It's the world we live in is wonderful because we have like the old Norm Macdonald joke where people's picture of their grandparents used to be just the one picture they had, right? Now he's like 100 years from now people are going to be like, yeah, you wanna see 10,000 pictures of my great grandfather? Do you also want to know what he did every single day of his life? And it's just, I mean, it's nice that we have this log of information that we can track down, but it's just, I don't know,
Well, I mean, I wish I had it.
You wish you had what?
Well, this is a recent creation. I've got like nothing for my school days.
Mm-hmm. Talking about when we were younger to have that.
Yeah,
to look back to. We don't have that
online,
now.
Although who knows?
Well, but then
this all came when we were all old fuckers.
Yeah, I mean, this is 10 to 15 years old.
But come on, let's be honest. If that stuff was, we'd probably maybe be in trouble. Because
no comment.
I know I did a lot of stuff that
not acceptable today.
Yeah. I mean, it was just
I wouldn't want photo evidence of.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's a lot of for lack of a better term, petty crimes that somebody would have like taken pictures of or whatever.
Well, the stupid stuff we did as kids that we thought was funny and we'd get slapped or grounded for a weekend now would almost borderline put you in jail.
or get you a lemonade.
Yeah.
No ice.
No ice.
Lemonade, no ice.
No ice.
And I'm gonna watch you drink it. I know it's garbage, but I still remember like after Scott, after the 1 year at the old, and this is at the old one, right? This is the old place. And it was like everybody just was like, and this is great because Shane's here because he was the one. I wasn't even working for Shane yet. And I was like, so then there was the 1 year where we had the vendor, I think it was like sodas and candy bars and all kinds of stuff. And then I went into the vendor thing again, and I was like sitting there and I was like, what the hell is this? Like lukewarm pink lemonade, and like a little like crackers or something. It was just garbage. And Shane came in expecting.
Because that was the year after we did not renew our contract.
Well, no, but I remember, and Shane came in there, and he was just like looking around, and he's like, "What is this? He's like, this is garbage."
Which convention gives you lemonade? I don't even know.
This is garbage. He's like, I don't want mints and pink lemonade. Where's my sodas? Where's my Snickers bars?
You know, they told me they went through 1,000 cans of Coke.
Sure, they did. The staff were drinking them in the back while they served tepid lemonade.
I guess the vendors were pulling them out 6 at a time and handing them out.
Yeah, they
That's
were
all
definitely.
to
They were
their staff.
definitely. They
Yeah,
were
it was really
definitely
not that-
diamond jimming it. Right?
It wasn't
It
for
was like-
everybody.
yeah,
But whatever.
Oh,
they were up at 1
So
o'clock
be
in the
it.
morning playing the game, and they were like, "Oh, we'll get us some sodas."
I'll go
You
get
know?
us a 12-pack.
Yeah,
Whatever. Good times.
I wrote down all their names. Make sure they never attended. Yeah. No, I mean, somebody mentioned the Cabal. Has anybody let Jamie and those guys know? I mean, he used to play with them.
Yeah, they know because Chris Miller
Yeah.
posted something about it on Facebook.
Okay, good deal.
There's a little chat in the Discord about it too.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, does anybody have a grievance? I mean, we don't have to sit here and just feel sad all day long.
I did want to mention that the last game I played with Barry, we were doing a lot of BGA and we were playing cribbage. He never played cribbage and I taught him.
Oh, cool.
And he beat me several times, even though he didn't really know how to play.
Is that more about you or him?
I thought I knew how to play, and I was like, well, I was giving him my advice. And
do you like type out like the correct English counting in the chat, or how'd you do it?
well, so the thing that sucks about BGA is it doesn't count. I said, look, Barry, you are not getting the full experience of cribbage here because in when you play, you have to count and say what you're scoring. You can't just put it out and the game scores for you. So we talked about it. He goes, I don't get it. I'm like, well, here, and I said, I think we were chatting, or no, we were typing because we weren't doing a hangout. And I was like, well, normally you would say 15 and then 2, like, you would hit the 15 number and you would get 2 points, and then you would, like that kind of stuff. And I don't know if he ever got it because I was just typing it to him.
Yeah.
But by the end, I think he kind of got it. He beat me several times. I mean, he was doing it.
I respect that you were conveying that. Like the etiquette is.
I
like
tried to
half of the
convey
fun
it
of the
because
game.
I told him it's not exactly the same because the game,
Yeah.
you basically push the card and it's like boom, done. I'm like, you can't. And plus, the fun part of cribbage is missing scores, right? Like you miss your score, you're like, oh, too bad.
Yeah.
You can grab somebody else's points too, which is even better.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then
cribbage is a very good game. That
Oh,
is
yeah.
not, that is,
yeah, it doesn't do well on BGA, unfortunately. I don't think.
Cribbage and euchre, man.
It's no euchre. I was just gonna
Oh,
say
it's no
it's no euchre. But
I've
it
never
is-
played cribbage before. I don't even think I've ever
Oh.
seen anyone play cribbage before.
My
you
my
missed
my stepdad was a fantastic cribbage player. I still remember he got like in the 70s, he had a magazine that was just about cribbage that he would get.
I think he is. Oh, Jen, I don't know, Jen. Do you remember him getting a cribbage board? Like he was trying to
We
find.
went to a thrift store and I saw them and I said, oh, like it was wood and he likes games and wood. And I was like, oh, they were like $1 each or something. I was like, they're old, get them, whether. So that's why he learned.
I guess that sort of triggered his interest in it.
Yeah.
Matt,
Yes.
you'll appreciate this. I learned cribbage from an elderly Nova Scotian lady.
Oh yeah.
who was the sweetest lady ever, Phyllis, my godmother's mother. Learned it in Ontario. We used to go visit her, and she
Nice.
was a shark. Holy shit! She drinks scotch and just very pleasantly kick your ass in cribbage.
Yep. I learned from a Nova Scotian as well, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
The dad of my high school girlfriend, it was like a Saturday night and we were just hanging out and they're like, do you want to play cribbage? I'm like, what's that? So we were 4 people playing, and the most bizarre thing that really stood out to me was when you're scoring, you can say 15-2, 15-4, 15-6, 15-8, pair stand, whatever. But they had these little cutesy little things. They would say like 15-2, 54, and there ain't no more.
Gotta
or
say
whatever.
there ain't no more. That's how I learned it.
You
yeah.
know,
And
and
then,
there was all these little
Yeah.
quips they'd have at the
Did you ever
end, and it
score
was just-
19?
And me being like,
I got 19, which is not. You can't score 19
Yeah,
in cribbage. It's
19.
impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got 19. Yeah.
And then
Something
me
like
being
in
the
his nib.
18
And then
year old,
I would always move my peg, like my back peg, up to the behind. You know, because you move the pegs up, right? They hop each other
Yeah.
to keep score. But I would always score my back peg
oh,
to pretend I was scoring. Right? That was a fun
Yeah.
little.
that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, me being the 18-year-old,
Yeah.
cocky little kid that I was, I'm like, what the hell is this? Like,
Yeah.
cutesy little thing. But it's one of my most endeared games now that I love playing. So
What do they
I
call it when
recommend
you get
everybody
the
play it.
peg for in the jack's eye or in his nibs or something? There's like a phrase
his
for when you get
nibs.
yeah, his nibs.
I
Yeah.
never knew it as nibs, but
It's like you get an extra point for having the matching jack, I think is what it is.
Yeah.
If it matches the top card.
What did I call that?
Knobs.
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 I remember
right.
knobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, knobs.
Yeah.
What a bunch of knobs.
Yeah. Nibs
I
is the
still play
English
cribbage too.
Yeah.
translation because in the old days it used to be matches, not pegs. It was a match.
Matchsticks.
So like matchstick. So the nib would be the the bit that lights up the lunette en français.
Is this
I don't know what it is.
another time when
Have
you
you
try to
met
tell
yet?
us that the English way of doing things is better?
I recommend everybody learn to play cribbage.
Yeah,
It's great.
It's a great game.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's one of those games where it's like
My grandparents
It
played
will
a lot
pass
of
the
it.
time. It will pass
it's
the time.
heavily luck based, but somehow the good people still win every time.
There's some
So,
strat.
yeah.
No, there's some
Yeah.
deep. There's some
Yeah.
strat. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
do it.
yeah. You can play
Definitely.
2, 3, and 4 people. It's great. I think
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
even 6. I can't remember.
Yeah.
It obviously shines as that 2-player game.
It's a 2-player game, but we play.
I think I prefer 4, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like
It's
teams.
do.
Canadian.
More friendly if there's a team. Yeah.
Yeah, it's teams.
Yeah,
Get the little clips
You
going.
can kind of intuit your partner.
That and like the table talk too is
Yeah.
is better when there's 4 people. Like the
Yeah.
trash talk.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, so we played the cribbage on BGA.
Nice.
Never got to play it in real life with him, but then we played, and he did all the work of this Maximum Apocalypse game. This is it Deep Rock?
Oh yeah. Rock
talked
Manor
about it.
games. Yeah.
Rock Island, Rock Manor.
Rock Manor.
And
games.
it's kind of a lot of, he did all the legwork, and I just pulled out my deck and we just played it. And he managed the whole thing and just did it all. He really wanted to play it, and I was like, okay, let's do it. He ran it, and he set up a camera, did all the overhead camera stuff, and yeah, that's
he could grok games
yeah, we had a lot of fun with it.
pretty quickly. Yeah, I mean, he had a very unassuming presence, but it's that whole still waters run deep. The guy was
He actually interviewed the guy from Rock Manor because he
I
was
saw
annoyed
that,
how the rule book was.
He was annoyed.
Yeah. So he's like, he wrote the guy Michael Nade, I think the guy's name is.
Yeah.
Gnade, and did an interview.
because he was annoyed about the rulebook.
Well, he kept.
He had a whole grievance on the show about it.
I mean, it was a grievance, and then when
That's
we were
true. That's true.
he brought it up. I remember. I'm like, well, it's probably a one-man show. One of those kind of things.
Yeah, we played that game too, and I'm reading whatever, and he's like, "No, that's not in that part," or
Oh yeah, he
complained
was super
about that to me
frustrated with
too.
with the multiple rule books and the disjointed.
Yeah.
They were never. It was never unified, and all kinds of problems with it. But I said, well, it's one of those kind of just play it for fun. You don't have to try to really know the rules that well.
It references a card that doesn't exist.
Yes, he was super annoyed with that.
I'm surprised, Scott, you don't have a grievance. They took your favorite event out of the 2028 Olympics.
It's not going forever.
Breakdancing.
I do have a grievance. I do have a grievance about the incredible negativity about the breaking event for the Olympics. That's my grievance.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta these people. If you go out there, if you watched it and saw how much work it was to do the breaking, you would give it a little bit of admiration.
I think some people's frustration was just there's a lot of good breakdancers that weren't in it because breakdancing is kind of not an establishment thing, at least at its roots.
Yeah.
And so
I don't know what the process would have been to become a breakdancer or an Olympic breakdancer. Like, what do you have to go through from your country, right? Because it's a country-based thing, and
Well,
I'm
there's
sure there's like a what's up?
the ray gun. So with her in particular, this is not confirmed. I don't know if you've heard part of the perhaps negativity surrounding.
I'm aware of the ray guns.
Well, yeah, just in case everyone else isn't. So like
infamy.
she's the infamous one, the one who's getting like mocked the most. She's like 36-year-old female breakdancer. But
36, wasn't it? 36?
36, yeah. The concern that I've heard, and again, I don't have confirmation the story's not been confirmed yet, but that she and her husband were the ones in charge of the Australian Olympic breakdancing committee, and that he was the coach for the Olympic committee, and that she controlled a lot of the funds for who was able to get funding to come to the tryouts, and that she said no to funding for some impoverished communities that might have had really good breakers. And so my gut doesn't tell me that it was like pure nepotism, pure corruption, but it does, like, it's not a good look for the person who organizes it to be the representative, and as a performer they should be above that, in my opinion. So that's a fair
I did not
criticism.
know that. Yeah.
I did no training and I tied her in score.
Yeah.
You didn't even compete.
I only watched the quarterfinals onward, so I never saw the opening stuff that was mocked.
They did show the routine that got her on the team.
I went back and looked it up, and it's
wasn't better.
It's not great. But to tarnish the whole thing because of that,
agreed.
Anyway, but I watched all 4 hours or whatever it was. Just watch everything. It's all good.
Breakdancing is a fantastic thing. I do understand the argument of like it is an very athletic expression form.
Yeah.
Does that make it an Olympics? Now, that could definitely be the argument with figure skating, but like people argued ballet is also athletic and could be in the Olympics by that definition. So I could see that's like a fair argument, but I think breakdancing is good for the Olympics if it's done well, because it's such a spectacle, and it's such a cool cultural piece.
And they have like 8 judges.
Yeah.
Or like 10 judges. I mean, there was a lot of judges. So it's not like one person is really determining this. It's
the one rule I know that definitely I think like is fair to say why some of it wasn't as exciting as you would think is because I know they were deducted points for repeating moves.
Yes.
And like there's only so many moves. So it's like it would get stale later in a competition.
Did you watch the finals of it? The women's finals?
I didn't. I've seen
Ukrainian. I watched the Ukrainian lady. She almost never repeated. At least from my eyes, I could never see it repeating after like, from the quarterfinals onward, which is like three matches in a row, and they have to do this it's not there. I don't think there was any breaks. They don't like rest for a day. Like, it's just all at once, like 3 or 4 hours straight.
Yeah, I hope it wasn't the end of it. I think it's such a cool.
It's not coming to LA, but supposedly it's coming back. So
it'd be cool to see what comes of that.
I think they need to change the parameters of it.
Probably. This was the first year, right? Nobody really.
Well, because the whole thing was like, again, growing up in New York, where like breakdancing was like
everywhere.
Like I've seen guys in the street back in the 80s who could have beaten anyone.
Oh yeah,
there easily.
But it wasn't about the acrobatics of it. It was more about the. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but honestly, the person who won was incredibly acrobatic, and the second place person was even more acrobatic, in my opinion. The Ukrainian person.
Right. My point is viewing it and not knowing what the quote unquote rules are.
Yeah.
And everything and what they're looking for as far as judging it. You go in and like, oh, I love break. I must have watched people break dance all the time. And you go watching and like, okay, that's the startup stuff. Where's the rest of it?
Yeah.
That never happened.
Yeah. It might need to be revised a little bit and see, because then you could get the really crazy stuff.
But it should be done on a thin wire over a shark tank.
I like it, Barry.
Yes.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, or in space.
I'd love to see
doing a caterpillar in space.
And the preview event for that would be line dancing to the death.
Yeah, line dancing on a cliff.
Just bring the Squid Games.
You lose.
I feel like there's no way that the no repeating moves can serve the audience of that sport.
And I think it doesn't. Yeah, I feel like that should probably be lifted in some way.
Yeah, like do like figure skating where it's just how impressive was the shit and how well did you execute those moves, and then have like a style category that's like how just dope was
Yeah,
everything.
it probably needs to. Yeah, for sure. It needs to be
Like the
it
level
needs
of
to be augmented.
difficulty and execution, like they do in gymnastics.
Yeah. And again, that's about 2 minutes, isn't it? They have 2 minutes on the floor of
something like that.
posing and then running across and then jumping and doing something.
Right. Like when you watch like the gymnastics events, like the vaults and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The first one is boring. The first round is boring. They just want to get one solid landing and one perfectly executed the way it's supposed to be done. And then they start adding crazy stuff in it and upping the difficulty for it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's well, I mean, the tough thing also, just to get nerd out about this a little bit, is that like, so breakdancing is up rock and down rock, and up rock is all the like standing, like show offiness. And there's certain
top rock, sir. Top rock.
Top rock. Sorry, that's what I say. Up rock. I meant to say top rock.
Oh, you just schooled. You were just schooled.
Yeah, top rock and down rock. And it's like
maybe up in Canada that's what they call it.
There are breakers who like their whole thing is top rock and they can be some of the best. And that's like where it gets really hard to be like, if it's a sport and we're just going for the athleticism, then like the down rock stuff has always been the most flashy, like the windmills and stuff like that. But you're like
head spins.
But then it doesn't service the actual history of the dance form, which represents both forms frequently. You know,
Yeah, it's a tough event, I think.
I'm just waiting for the Fat Guy Olympics to finally catch on, so I have my moment to shine.
You
Speed
did Homer
Dorito
Simpson
eating
roll on the ground. Yeah.
Speed Dorito eating, chugging Mountain Dew out of a can.
I mean,
I've been prepping my whole life for this. I just
these are American sports already. You got plenty, every fair in every state. Go for it.
Never the fat guy that wins the hot dog eating contest. Just saying.
No. It's not where
It
the skill
isn't.
set
It's
lies.
always
No,
that,
he's not.
it's that weird skinny guy.
Yeah, it's Joey
Chestnut.
Don't take
Joey
this from me,
Chestnut.
Lance. Don't take this from me.
And now the gold medal in channel surfing.
Yeah.
What's that beer movie where they have the beer Olympics? What's on?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I know what you're talking about too. I can't think of it.
Beer
Fest?
Palooza? No,
Beer
Beer
garden or
Fest.
something like
Beer
that?
Fest.
Beer Fest, that's it.
Beer Fest. Beer Fest, right? Unbex? Unbex.
I gotta go, y'all. I just wanted to come and honor Barry and appreciate him. And
Good to see you, Brian.
Thanks for
Thank
having
you,
me
Ryan.
on.
Appreciate it.
Try to make it some more soon. But
Man, somebody just brought up Forrest and his no, and remember when he bought all of those
Xbox stuff?
Doritos?
Doritos and Taco Bell stuff. Yeah. He had a garage full of Doritos cases.
Wait, not only he buy it, he was asking us to buy it for him and ship it to him.
Or send pictures of the code or whatever it was. Yeah, I was sending him codes for my Doritos bags for like a month to win his stupid Xbox.
Did he end up winning it?
Did he win the Xbox?
He won a bunch of stuff, I think.
He won like at least 2 Xboxes, if I remember correctly.
He pulled like a Laszlo.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Not to that degree, but he did win quite a bit of stuff. Shirts, merch, was it 2 Xboxes or just 1? He won more than I thought he was going to do. I never thought he was going to win anything with that crap. It's so stacked against you.
It was just the craziest stuff.
I have a grievance. I posted it on Facebook, but I'm going to air it here too.
Okay.
I pay for Google Workspace for me and my team.
Yeah.
And the other day I wanted to, we don't use Google Hangouts or Google Chat or whatever the fuck it's called now for our communication. We use Slack and other stuff. But when I communicate with some clients, like I want to talk with James Hudson and Manny about the new Wonderlands War game that's coming out. And I could not create a group chat with external people. Yet, if I used a regular old Gmail account, not affiliated, no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, that's weird.
Why is it that I'm paying for my service, but I can't do the shit that's free?
Yeah. Makes no sense.
It irked me.
Yeah.
And the guy on the phone was like, I hear you. I'm like, do you do you understand why this is weird? He's like, and he was totally nonpartisan, right? He's like, I thank you for your opinion or your whatever. I will make note of this. He would not budge off of his fence post to save his life.
They can't, can they?
No,
we had the same problem with our bank account because we haven't used our bank account in England for so long. They were going to close it down. And it was like, okay, phone this number if you want to keep it open. So we phoned the number. It was engaged for weeks. And so we phoned the complaints department. And the guy at the complaints department was like, okay, right, fine, you need to do this. Okay. We said, well, we phoned that number and it didn't work. He said, well, you need to do that. And it's like, well, the phone number doesn't fucking work. It got to that stage after 10 minutes. It's like, well, can't you patch us through to that phone number? And he's like, no. It's like, what?
Just no.
Yeah, it was just no. Sorry. Oh, God. And as soon as the F word come up, he said, all right, this conversation is finished. Bye-bye. And it was like he understood our frustration. It was like we were even asking him for advice about it. It was like, okay, as a human being, what advice would you expect from someone in this situation? He said, I'm sorry, I can't answer that. It's like, well, no, you're a human being, mate. Speak to me like a human being, not a fucking robot. And that was it. I'm sorry, your phone call's finished.
That's all they were waiting for.
Yeah, it was all they were waiting for. Game over.
When the automated attendant and robotic helps like tech support to direct you to the right places first came out, I was super mad about that. I want to talk to a person. Now give me the friggin' robot. I'll take the robot over a person most of the time.
The robot.
And nowadays you can't even tell if it's a robot or a real person.
And you don't believe in AI art, but you want a robot. I get it. I see. I
never said I didn't believe in AI art.
I know. You abandoned your AI brethren or your art brethren and sistren to
yes,
to your AI gods.
Yes.
Good for you. Taking a stand.
My friend Al posted some photos that he did on AI of him. I'm like, damn, those look really good. I mean, he's a lot more buff than he usually is, but they look really good.
Ollie made some pretty cool art we were spitballing in the Facebook group chat a couple months ago, Aldi, and there was a new John Wick pinball machine coming out, and we were talking about it, and got on the topic of AI art, and I was like, man, I'd love to see John Wick petting a shark, and like 10 minutes later, he sent me a picture of John Wick petting a shark. I'm like, holy shit, that looks good. And Keith asked you to get John Wick petting a cat or something, and you did that, and it was impressive how quickly and how good that stuff looked. I was quite shocked.
Well, Aldi, I thought about you on Monday night. We went to go see Deadpool, and I had a few minutes before the movie started, so I was just in the arcade area, and there was there was one pinball machine there, the Avengers pinball machine,
AIQ,
and they stuck it directly under a pot light, so. There was a dude.
Oh, so you couldn't see anything?
The ceiling was fairly low. So there was a dude with his ball cap. He took his ball cap off and he's like, while his buddy's playing, he's holding the ball
so he's
cap.
shadowing it.
To shadow.
Oh, wow.
The lighting on a pinball machine is half of the fun. It's got to be dimly lit.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
It was funny. I'm like, oh, Aldi would not approve.
No.
Did anybody get to play pinball at Gen Con?
I saw the pinballs, but I didn't get to play them. It's impressive, though.
How was your Gen Con, Grant?
I mean, busy. I think I had like 16 pitch meetings and like 25 press meetings.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Something like that.
That's great.
So, I mean, Gen Con's important, but it's not fun.
No, not at all.
How was the dill pickle adventure?
Good. I mean, everybody had a good time. It was fun to like
It looked
ride
like
that
it.
around. Yeah, we had a good time riding it around, and we played the game while we were riding around with
Yeah.
a bunch of fairly well-known influencery type of people, and they all seem to have a good time and stuff. So,
Yeah.
I think they all wanted copies of it and stuff like that. For it comes out in November.
And how were the cocktails?
Gross, but
Yeah,
it was
like
fun to do it.
so it was actually a dill pickle mobile.
Yeah, what's that?
It was a pickle mobile, like that's the
Yeah,
gist of it.
I
Okay.
mean, just randomly. So the game is, pickle
Right.
themed, and
Right.
then that they just have a bar, one of those bar bikes in Indiana that is called the Pickle Peddler, and it's got a pickle that looks largely like the pickle on the cover of the game.
I was like, how did you manage
So
that? I was like, I guess it just
it just
existed.
it was just serendipity.
Serendipity.
Yeah. And Danielle made those cocktails, and it wasn't really like a pickleback. It was more pickle juice and then some whiskey in there, but it was pretty pickle juice heavy. So it was a real salty cocktail.
My wife had a dirty margarita,
Yeah.
which has pickle juice in it.
Yeah.
It was
A
good.
little bit of it, I think, is fine. It's
Yeah.
a lot of it. Yeah.
Hey,
Um,
when's your when's your board game special coming out?
I haven't filmed it yet.
Oh, you haven't? I thought you did. Sorry.
No, I filmed a different special. Hey, there's a grievance for you. I want a goddamn release date for my special. I filmed it.
Who filmed it?
7 years ago.
No, Dry Bar, Dry Bar Comedy.
Oh yeah.
They're a pretty big brand in comedy these
Where
days.
does it get released? Like YouTube or something?
It will.
Yeah.
Dry Bar has a like TV app and stuff on your smart TV.
Oh.
So it'll go there first, I think. For like people who have a Dry Bar subscription. But then eventually it comes to YouTube. But I don't know any of this stuff. I don't know any dates or anything. I filmed it, 10 months ago, and still waiting. And the edit's all done. I gave them feedback on the edit months ago. My manager was like, yeah, they just kind of do this. They'll give you like maybe a 10-day heads up that it's coming out. And you're like, I would love more of a
lead time to promote yourself.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. Everybody look tomorrow.
Yeah. So that's
How's the hole in your wall? Is that gone?
it is gone, thankfully. It just got finished like a week ago.
I saw your little video. You're still trying to get the money out of the people for like to fix the stuff inside or
Yeah,
whatever?
it sucks. I mean, we're gonna have to sue the actual guy, which just kind of sucks. Where you're like,
You didn't have insurance or anything?
You talking
No,
about
he
the guy that
did.
ran his car into your house or something? I thought I saw a post about that or something.
yeah, a guy ran his car through a wall in my house.
Jesus.
So no, I mean, essentially, like, once your coverage limits have been hit, then insurance is kind of like, well, that's all we're paying for. And so I don't know what his coverage limits were, but they're claiming like, oh, we've already hit limits, we're not going to pay for anything else. And so then you essentially have to sue the driver, and it's like we'd win, but I don't want to ruin a guy's life, or whatever. But
Did you ever find out exactly what happened? Why he lost control of his car and drove it into your living room?
Is he like watching a boom stream or something while trying to drive?
Ah.
No.
He
No
said,
chance.
so I live on a not wildly busy street, but a busy enough street. Essentially, I live on the street people use as the shortcut between the two busy streets, the two like big streets. So enough people do that. But these streets are all just small, like residential streets. And he said like a guy pulled out from here and he swerved to not hit him and lost control of his car. I imagine there are two things here. I imagine he was hot dogging it pretty well because it's not my house. The wall he ran into isn't right on the street. There is a big metal gate and then a yard, like a decently big yard to get across before he even gets to the house. And I think the speed limit on our street's like 30 miles per hour. So he's probably going like 60 miles per hour if you're getting through all that stuff. And he was probably looking at his phone, right? Like you've all done that thing where you look up and you like jerk because you weren't paying attention.
Never.
I imagine some guy wasn't even pulling out that much. He was probably just, poking his car out trying to see if he could go, and then he wasn't looking and he overreacted and then lost.
Well, if you're not paying attention, overreaction's even worse, right?
Yeah.
You're like overcompensating.
What kind of car hit you? It was a Tesla, right?
It was a Tesla. Yeah.
So, I mean,
he's got money.
Incredible torque.
Yeah. It's so funny, man.
I thought they're supposed to prevent crashes.
Yeah, I know. I'm not impressed by the brake system.
Yeah, so much for that.
We rear-ended a car pulling out of the parking lot.
Yeah.
It didn't stop at all. It didn't beep or nothing. Like we just backed into a car. Because
Wow.
it's supposed to give you a warning and all that stuff and actually like stop the car for you.
Come
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
guys. Common sense. Just
Didn't work.
bloody drive properly. You don't need these fucking computers to tell you how to fucking drive.
Yeah. But
I agree with you.
I don't
again,
have
it
a
might
Tesla.
be an
My
AI.
car will stop before you run into somebody.
dude, I'll tell you, like on the video, I didn't really think about this before, but man, I guarantee you a ton of these are bots. They're Tesla bots. On my like original video that has, I don't know, 15 million views across.
Oh, you forgot to flip your hair a little bit. When you
No, I just did. It's crazy how viral it went. I'm not joking. I've had 3 random people come up to me in airports and be like, "Are you the Tesla guy?" And I'm like, "Well, I don't love that. I don't know."
You're the Tesla guy now. Is this on YouTube or Instagram? Or Facebook?
Instagram and I think it's got like 8 or 9 million on TikTok and another 5 million on Instagram and
Where's the video from? Like was it from the car?
No, it's just me making a video about it.
He filmed
About
a post
this
crash.
shit happened to me yesterday. A car ran through my house and
Oh, you weren't kidding when you said 15 million.
yeah.
I thought you were like, oh yeah, I thought you were like making like exaggerating. Oh yeah, 15 million views. No,
It's probably something across different platforms. It's probably
fuck, that's
something.
huge.
Did you post it to your Grant's Games Rex or different?
Yeah.
stuff?
Yeah, I follow you on
Did you get a lot of
TikTok, so I
followers from
saw
that?
it there.
Yeah.
Did you get a lot
No, I didn't get many followers from it because then you look at all my other stuff and you're like, this guy's a board game guy? What?
Yeah.
Like,
Not like
I
a
mean,
wreck guy.
yeah, I think some people followed me from it, but from all those views, it's like, I don't know, maybe 5,000 people followed me from it or so. It's not like it was like a ton of people.
So what would you rather be known for, Grant? A board game guy, a Tesla guy, or a stand-up comedian?
Whatever one pays the most.
Grant, you know what you do next?
I mean, I can
Unclog the
easily
sink
say
on
Tesla
TikTok.
guy is last on that list. But what's super funny is like there's 2 types of comments, especially on the first video. One, you're like, oh, these are bots. I guarantee these are Elon Musk paid bots where they're just like, this never happened. This guy's lying. There are so many comments like that. And then you click on their profiles and they'll be like, lover of Tesla, or like, I love my Tesla, or like that'll say it in there. They're about and it's like, oh, you guys just are
That makes
bots.
sense,
These aren't real people.
Yeah.
And like people will be like commenting, being like, if this was true, he would have had pictures. And I'm like, there's pictures in the video you commented on. What? Like, what do you mean? And then the other one, and I am not exaggerating, this is thousands of comments of people being like, if that was my house, I would have shot him with my gun.
Oh God.
Like if that like so many comments. Like
So
there are
American.
so many comments that are some variation of that. It's wild.
Wow.
How wonderfully American.
Yeah. It really
Yeah.
does. It really does feel like that, you know? Yeah.
They are. That's how you can tell they're not bots.
Those ones definitely aren't. Yeah. Yeah, like here, it still gets tons of comments on it.
You're still getting notified.
I'll just read some of these top the ones that just happened. I'd be playing baseball with that guy if you know what I mean.
Oh God.
Take him down to the sandlot.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. That's
Just
funny.
there's so many. There's
It
so
makes me
many of
just
them.
weep for America.
What's that?
I just weep for America.
Oh, I know.
That's the way it is now.
I would have lucky this didn't happen to me, or I would have killed somebody.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Great.
There's so many of them. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy that made the design of the brakes on the Tesla. Yeah, I'd have killed him.
Yeah.
Hey,
So it's mostly violence.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, there's a
There's
lot
no
of
goofball. There's no
violence.
goofball stuff.
I mean, there's a few of it, but you know, then
Hey,
there's a
Dave,
lot of people that don't believe me because I didn't film it. They're like, "Why wouldn't you have filmed the whole thing?" And I'm like, "What?
How do you think this works? Like,
Yeah."
everybody wants to see it.
This guy says videos usually get taken down for misinformation. I'm surprised they let your videos stay up.
Oh God. Look, like you faked the whole car going through
What
your
misinformation? It's hard to fake a broken wall.
You just smashed your wall with a sledgehammer to make it look like it.
Yep.
I mean, is it really that rare that somebody runs their car through a building? Like,
I feel like you see a
all
video
good.
on that like once a year or once every couple of years of someone doing that.
Well, in my neighborhood alone, this is crazy. This is a few years ago. I'm driving to my house down the street or whatever, and I had to do like a triple take because one of the houses, I shit you not, one of the houses, like right off the street, there was a car sticking out of their roof. Roof.
Oh my God.
Not
what's sticking out?
Roof.
What was
It
sticking
made it made national news. Like there's a winding road, and this car, like there was like a some type of like a cast iron fence or something. The car hit, the fence turned into a ramp, the car went airborne, literally flew in the air into the person's roof
Dukes of
and
Hazzard.
lodged itself basically. What's that?
Dukes of Hazzard style.
Yeah.
Yeah, in their living room, or no, in their bedroom while they were sleeping. Now, I can't imagine a worse way to wake up, if I'm being honest.
No.
Awful.
Yeah, but nobody died, nobody got hurt, but I mean, that I think would be rather rare. But
yeah,
you know, it makes the news that people, you know, when people lose control of their cars and then they, you know, crash into the thing. So I don't know why anybody would think that would be so.
A car hitting. Well, they would have hit the building, the BGG building, if there wasn't a tree in the way.
Right.
Wow.
They
That's
went
insane.
right into the. So I mean, I suspect I should put up more bollards or whatever they're called.
I know when I lived in Florida down in Tampa, that kind of stuff, you'd see that in the news all the time. I'm guessing maybe in the smaller towns where you don't have busy highways like running through close to neighborhoods and stuff. Like, but that's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, Lance, you live in a less populated area. Have you ever heard of something like that?
I mean, I've seen it. I mean, like one day I drove over to my local Barnes and Noble, and like you know how, like, I don't even know what your Barnes and Nobles look like, but usually they have the big windows where the checkout counters are, so that, like, the light comes in or whatever. And like one of them was just gone, and they had covered it up with plastic, and because somebody had pulled into the parking spot that was there, and then thought that they were going to hit the brake, or maybe, who knows, it was like they said, yeah, it was somebody that was like, thought they had put their car in reverse, but it was really in drive, and they stepped on the gas, and it just, just drove right into the side of the building. I've seen that many times. I mean, I know people who have just like run into their own garage door because they thought they hit the button to open the garage door, and they just back up, and well, that's not good, you know.
Seems pretty common.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of houses, right? I mean, if you have the bad luck of going off the road in the wrong spot, I mean, that's just it's just I've just never known anybody who owned the house that got it run into, I guess. That, and I think that the fact that the tow truck driver wanted to fight you, I think, was the other part that made me laugh.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize how, like, that's the bigger story of this all stuff is like,
yeah,
it had nothing to do with Tesla. It was all just shady tow truck drivers,
Yeah.
Like, I didn't realize how shitty that.
Well, for those people who don't know the story, tell the story so they know what's going on, what you're talking about.
So, the guy crashed into the house. I was the only one home. I first I go make sure the guy whose room it went through is like not dead in there. Then I called 911. Then I talked to the driver for a minute of the car, and then I started taking pictures. All of that is, 5-6 minutes. And then a tow truck gets there right then. And they start hooking up the car, and I'm like, hey, guy, yo, fellas, can we just wait for a second? This just happened. And the guy goes, there were two tow truck drivers, there were two guys, and the one guy goes, have you exchanged information with the driver? And I was like, I mean, we're in the process of it right now. And he goes, well, once you've exchanged information, you can't keep the car here. And I was like, I'm not trying to keep the car. This just happened. What do you mean? And he goes, you have to let us take it. And I go, no, I called 911. The cops are on their way. Let's just pause for a second and wait until the cops get here. And then the tow truck driver goes, fuck you, man. And I was like, what? I really it was such a.
I wonder if they do that just to
yeah,
shock you and just stop you from stopping them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what. And I was literally, I was like, what? I remember saying this word because it's probably I don't use this word that often. And so I go, hey man, this just happened. My house just got run into. Have a little empathy. And then the second guy goes, here's your empathy, and puts it right in my face.
Wow.
And I go, you're going to be that much of a dick right now? And my favorite part of the whole thing was there was probably 30 people. Everybody in the neighborhood hears the crash, comes out. There's probably 30 people standing around watching this right now. And so he goes, here's your empathy. And I go, you can be that much of a dick right now? And then some voice in the back goes, yeah, tow truck drivers are dicks.
I think you should fight him.
Yeah. And I go, you're gonna be that much a dick right now? And he goes, fuck you, man. And I go, no, you can't take the car, don't hook this up. And he goes, you can't stop us and stuff. He goes, you can take pictures, but you can't stop us. And I go, give me your information. Do you have a card with your information? And he goes, I don't have that. You can take pictures.
What?
So then I go and I start I take pictures of the license plate and their cars. And then I open the cab door of their tow truck to be a lot of those dudes do have cards sitting in their car. and stuff like that. So I open the door, and then the dude like comes over and he goes, "You touch my fucking shit? This is how you die today. This is how you," and he's like, "You must be fucking stupid." And he shoves me and I shove him back. And we're like pushing each other in the middle of the street right now. And like one thing that you wouldn't know about me is like, look, if I had actually gotten into like if that had gotten into a real fight, like I for sure would have lost. But I don't back down. I don't back down. Like I will lose a fight before I will not fight. You know what I mean? Like, and so like I'm getting into his face, he's getting in my face. We're like yelling at each other in the middle of the street, in the middle of the sidewalk and stuff right now, like then. And then my roommate, whose house, I mean, whose room it ran through, like came over and was like, "Grant, take a walk, man. This ain't helping anything. Like this ain't gonna solve anything. Walk away." And so he like got in the middle of us and made me, and I took a walk around the block. And he dealt with him.
Did the driver of the car that ran into your house give this guy permission to take his car?
I don't know. I would imagine so. But you know, it also had just happened for him. I mean, that's the thing with predatory drivers. They essentially force you into it. They go, "You have to let us take it." And you're like, "Wait, what?" And they're like, "We're going to take it, right?" And they do that because then they can take it to their impound lot and charge you thousands of dollars to get it off their impound lot.
That's fucking robbery.
It is. I mean, a lot of people, I didn't all know this, but it's like a lot of people are like, "Oh yeah, I mean, tow truck drivers are like sanctioned criminals a lot
It
of times."
happens here too.
And so part of the reason they want to get it out of there so quickly is if the cops show up, they won't let them do that. They're not supposed to be doing what they're doing, and the cops won't let them do it. So they're trying to get it out of there super quick before the cops show up.
How did they even know?
What's that?
How did they even know you were? How did they get there so fast?
So what I've learned through a lot of this, and this is like seems like a state by state basis, but if you call 911, then a 911 dispatcher puts out a call to units in the area, and tow truck drivers listen to those frequencies and then race each other.
Oh yeah, police band, I suppose.
Yeah. What's that?
Police band radios. I
Yeah.
suppose.
And they literally like race each other to get there because it could be thousands of dollars.
It's like old timey firefighters. They used to race to the fires, and then they get into fights to see who got to put out the fire and make the money.
Like I had people. Oh man, let me see if I can find this one message this lady sent me, because like some people were DMing me and stuff and being like, "Yo, this is no joke. Like these are bad guys." And I mean that's like a bunch of people were like, "Oh man, you should sue the tow truck. You should do all this stuff." And I, you know, I talked to the cops, and it was like they were like, "Yeah, I mean, not much is gonna happen." And people were like, "Put it on the internet." I'm like, "Man, these guys know where I live." You know what I mean? Like, do I really want these dudes to know? Like,
Yeah, that's smart. If the guy said, "This is how you die today."
yeah. Like, and I just, you know, it's like you don't really want. I don't want these guys knowing where I live and like going after them. So, yeah, some woman sent me some messages about how.
Go on.
Yeah, no, not
details.
It's crazy though, because I had a number of people send me messages like this, and this was like the wildest one. This was the wildest one, but certainly not the only one that I got. I'm trying to find it. So, but she essentially was talking about how, like her dad, like wouldn't let a tow truck take his car that was in an accident, and the tow truck drivers are like, you need to let us take it. And he was like, no, I'm getting my own tow truck. And they were like, if you don't let us take your car, it's going to be bad for you. And he was like, no, don't take it. And then they ended up burning his car down.
Like on the scene?
No, they came back in the middle of the night and burned his car. Like,
Wow.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's pretty wild.
Where was this one?
So don't sue him, or really
It just
post
didn't
anything. It's
seem
probably not a
worth
great
it.
idea. Doesn't seem to be worth it.
Yeah, it didn't seem worth it to me either.
The way they work, burn their car.
Yeah.
It's the Wild West.
The first thing I would have said was, you could take the car, but if that car is holding the house together right now, you're
Sure.
going to be responsible for any additional damage.
For sure.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I would have died that night, by the way.
Yeah, just
Were you able to use any of your homeowner insurance, or are you renting that place? Is that how does
I rent my place.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I mean the homeowners
I guess
insurance.
the owner had to deal with it.
They've been dealing with it, you know.
Hey everybody, Evan's here.
Hey buddy.
Hey, Evan.
Yeah.
Evan.
So Evan, I mean, you missed Ryan by about 15 minutes or so.
Oh, was he on?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he said he was going to stop by.
But I mean, we've been exchanging stories and having fun, talking again. But since you're here, you get to share with us a story or two about Barry, or your thoughts, if you feel comfortable with this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, not the most eloquent guy. I just,
You can say that again.
well, I'm not the most eloquent guy. But yeah, just I'm gonna miss the guy, man.
Yeah.
Every time I think about After the Empire, I'm gonna be like, oh, that fucking garbage game.
Wasn't wrong.
He liked to make fun of people.
Yeah, he did.
Now, did he interview you for his little show too?
No, he never did. He mentioned.
Good night, Matt. Thanks for everything, man.
Oh,
Night, guys.
Good night.
Night, Jen.
Good night.
He mentioned getting something set up. They never quite happened.
I thought he did a thing with you. I was just looking at his channel. I
Or
thought,
did it happen and I totally blanked it?
Well, I mean, hold on.
That would be consistent with my memory.
Well, you don't even know how to teach your own damn game. So
That's what I heard.
I think you did an interview with him, didn't you? I feel like you
yeah,
did.
well, I think he didn't do a sit down. I think he did the "Are you board game glamorous or garbage?"
Garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, "Are you board game garbage" with Evan Halbert.
Oh, all right, I did do it. I never
Jesus
know
Christ.
because when I never like watch the things later because I don't want to read the comments, So I just I show up, and to me it's just like a one-on-one chat with a person.
There you are.
Rather than anything that ever gets posted, because I can't I can't think about that aspect of it. It's just me and Barry had a chat one night.
Me and Barry had a chat.
It was like, I'm joined by Evan Halbert, designer of After the Empire and part of the Portland Gamecraft YouTube channel for the proof of concept episode of Are You Board Game Garbage?
I think the consensus was yes.
I'll be right back, gentlemen and lady.
Oh wait, I found this message from this lady too. I don't want to. I want to read it because it's wild. So she was like, he was rear-ended by a tow truck on the road, and they asked him not to call the police or file an insurance claim. They assured him they could fix the car at their own personal garage. He declined since the car was new and called the police to report the accident. The tow driver threatened him and told him he should not trust trust him and not file a police report. He got really agitated, but calmed down once the cops showed up. The day after the accident, my brother-in-law got 2 calls from the tow company asking if he filed a claim through insurance. He assured them he had, and they were livid. They told him he would regret it and he should call off the claim. They once again tried to get him to fix the car at their garage. Once he denied, they said they would be in touch. 2 weeks later, his car was broken into and a gas canister was placed in the back seat and set on fire. The car caught fire and exploded 10 feet from their front door, and all the cops said was, quote, "You really shouldn't mess with tow companies."
Wow.
They said they couldn't do anything about it, and he had made a mistake to piss them off.
Well, that's great.
World is,
Made a
what world is
mistake.
this? What
Yeah.
state is this?
She didn't say.
Oh,
Jaw dropping.
Yeah. Pretty
You think
wild.
You think she made that up, or you believe it?
I don't think so. I mean,
Seems pretty intense to do an arson on your car.
yeah.
Like in the world of cameras and stuff. I mean,
Right.
like security cams.
Yeah, but if you I mean, honestly, like I caught a couple dudes breaking into a car in my neighborhood like 2 weeks ago. But they were wearing masks. They blacked out their license plate. And as soon as they saw me, they jumped in and drove off. And I was like, I mean, there's nothing this sucks. They smashed a window and they were grabbing stuff out of a car. And I turned the corner and they were right there. But then they took off. And I'm like, well, if your license plate isn't visible and your face isn't visible, nobody's going to catch you.
Why didn't you run them down and do a citizen's arrest?
I declare a citizen's arrest.
Citizen's arrest.
We'd have got a pad.
You know, I remember you'd watch TV shows in like the 70s and 80s, and I place you under citizen's arrest, and it was just kind of like one of those things where it's like that never really happens anymore. You just None of you fucking pricks move, or I'll execute every fucking last one of you. Let's quick do a Google. Citizens arrest.
Oh, that's the days of police academy. That is. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna do citizen's arrest. They did it in that film.
Well, so it says citizen's arrest is when a non-sworn law enforcement official or private citizen makes an arrest. The practice dates back to medieval England, where sheriffs would encourage citizens to help catch lawbreakers. Yeah, just varies from state to state. Probably should know whether or not you are able to do it or not. You could face lawsuits or criminal charges such as false imprisonment, unlawful restraint, kidnapping.
Feels like you would get shot in some states.
But yeah, you would just I'm
Sounds like a
getting a
bad
citizen's arrest. Blam.
Yeah.
Ding.
I would be more afraid, I think, of the people that made the citizen's arrest, because I feel like those are the nut jobs that are probably running around with guns. So, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That is also true. Yeah.
That's it. Never leaving the house again.
Yeah.
You don't
But
leave
you
the
live in-
house.
I mean,
No, I don't, because it's 100 degrees for one. And now look at all this stuff I got to deal with. Who wants to leave? Who wants to go outside? No, we saw the Deadpool Wolverine movie. Has anybody seen it?
No, how was it?
It's
Passable.
okay. Here's the thing. I laughed and I thought it was clever and I thought it was enjoyable.
Yeah.
And then I looked at Michelle and she was asleep. So I think it's not for everybody. I would not recommend it for anyone that does not understand anything about the fandom of Deadpool / Wolverine, any Marvel, MCU. It's incredibly obtuse. Like they don't explain it. It's very like inside jokes, which is fun, right? Like because you're never like, oh, this movie's all about my stuff I love.
Yeah.
But Michelle hated it. So I recommend it for the geek. I do not recommend it for anyone else.
Yeah.
Like negative recommend. And it's super violent. It's like ridiculously violent. I've not seen anything like that in a long time. And it's quite obscene as well. It's like it hits the R like hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's funny. I laughed many times because I get the stuff, right? I get the jokes, but I do not recommend it for anyone that's not into that
It
stuff.
leans heavily on the multiverse stuff. So
The
you
multiverse
need
is
to-
well used. I mean, it's a clever story. Like it's they they work around the death of Logan, which is kind of fun. Yeah. So I give it 1 thumb up. There you go.
Thank you.
If you don't like multiverse
But if you don't
stuff,
like, yeah, if you don't like Marvel, or if you just like, if you're a passing, like you're not paying attention to Marvel, you're gonna have like so much go over your. I mean, or you just watch this movie and you're like, oh, this is dumb because like I don't understand what anything of this stuff is.
Yeah. I haven't seen it yet because I know my wife is going to sit there the whole time and ask me about everything I'm laughing at.
Yeah, there's a lot of explaining.
I know
mean,
something.
it's
Some things
dense
got
with
spoiled.
references.
Some
It's
things
dense
got
with-
spoiled to me that I know are in there.
Yeah.
But and even now that I know, I'm going to laugh when it happens, or I'm going to have a reaction, and she's going to wonder why I'm like, why?
No, it's if you're into Marvel and the MCU and all that stuff, and you know it, great. It's for you.
Yeah.
I think
And if you
the trailer
and
pointed that out.
Deadpool's funny. What's that?
I think the trailer pointed that out. It's like the moment that he says, "Oh, Paul Rudd aged well." I was like, "Okay, right, we're going there, are we?"
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely,
Yeah,
definitely one for me anyway.
It's easy to talk Michelle in the movie. She likes to go out. Doesn't matter what.
Where's she now?
She didn't like it. What's that?
Where is she at the moment? She's still in Iceland.
No, she's here. She's back home.
Oh, right. Just admiring the puffing pictures.
Oh my gosh, the puffins.
Yeah.
Lovely.
She almost bombed out with the puffins because there was like a specific puffin tour that got canceled for her.
Do you eat puffin?
Do you eat it? No, you look at them.
no,
I ate puffin.
Oh, you ate
when
a
I was in
puffin?
Iceland.
Oh, my
yeah.
gosh, they eat those things?
Oh yeah, that's like a delicacy.
Wow. What does
Yeah,
it taste like?
They have a
Chicken?
poison sac if you do it wrong.
No,
Do
it
they?
tastes like smoked salmon. I got smoked puffin and it was
Did you
like
do the shark?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. She said she didn't do the shark. I was like, oh, good thing. I mean,
You-
it sounds
you didn't
absolutely
go?
disgusting. I did not go. No.
Okay.
She went on
Yeah.
her own. She went with her mom.
The
I
shark?
didn't think the shark was that bad.
They make fermented shark because if you eat a shark, it's poisonous. So they ferment it.
that's the Greenland shark. The Greenland sharks, you have to ferment it, or else like the
Yeah, it's super ammonia, from what I understand. I've not eaten it.
Like a really stinky cheese.
Okay.
That's what it feels like. If
Did you
you've
get
had,
the ammonia?
yeah.
Okay.
If you've had stinky cheese,
Oh yeah,
that comes like,
the
oh,
stinky French cheese that smells like ammonia. What's that called?
I don't know. No.
Marwell.
Oh, okay.
Go through a list.
You buy like it's like very gooey. You put it in the oven and it's it's not brie. It's not brie. No,
No,
it's
not brie.
something else. It's way
What?
no. It's way
Roquefort,
more stinky.
Roquefort.
It's like super ammonia, super.
Roquefort's pretty.
It's not that
gnarly.
either. I like
Really?
Roquefort.
Lingenberger or
It's not
something.
it's not a blue. No,
Oh, Lindbergh.
No.
it's a name I don't know because I've never tried.
Tartiflette.
Maybe that could be.
Tartiflette cheese really smells, and you
Yeah,
just
it's
like
super stinky.
yeah.
Anyway.
But Marwell's the stinkiest one, and it stays on your tongue. For
Yeah,
like
it didn't
hours.
work for me. We did this food tour in Paris once, and she bought it because she thought everybody should try it. You know, the leader.
Yep.
And I'm like, no thanks. Give me more of this whatever this blue cheese is. Roquefort.
Roquefort.
Anyway, yeah, she had a good time. But
Does
she
it-
missed out. The Puffin tour was canceled. But on another thing she went to, like some waterfall she went to, there was puffins, so it was really fun.
Yeah. I loved Iceland. It's one of the few places I've been that feels like a different planet, you know? It really feels
It looked like it.
yeah.
Oh, you
They
should
only
try.
they only lifted prohibition in '89.
Well, in Iceland, we brought this book called The Little Book of Icelanders, and it was great because it was written by a woman who is native Icelander, but she left when she was like 6 and grew up in Europe, and then came back when she was like 21 or 22. And so she has a traditional Icelandic name. She speaks Icelandic with no accent. So to everybody there, she's a local, but
Right.
she's not, you know? And so she
So she
didn't
can-
grow up in the culture. So it was this really interesting perspective. And literally, you know, it's a really kind of like a bathroom book, but we read it before we went. And then literally so many times we were like, it's just like the book. Like it really is. And so one of the things that she talks about is because booze is so expensive there, there's this culture of like work super hard, party super hard. So they actually work the longest hours of like any Western country. They'll work like regularly 10, 11, 12 hours during the weekdays and then party super hard on the weekends. And one of the big funny things is if you go to Iceland and you go out to bars like on a Friday, Saturday night, and you're there at midnight, you'll be like, it's only tourists. Icelanders don't come out until like 1 a.m. That's when they come out. Because booze is so expensive there, they drink a bunch at home and then they go out and party from like 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. And so they're always out to like 5 a.m. partying on the weekend. Pretty interesting.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Sounds like any convention.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. Not anymore though. It's kind of nice, like, you know, getting past that whole gotta be up all night playing games and just, I'm gonna go to bed.
Still right in the middle of it. My
Big
friend.
Bar on 2 is no more.
I think people, you know,
Oh, it's still a thing. Lance just
No,
isn't
but
done.
not for Lance.
Yeah, well,
No,
it's not-
dude, a Lance sighting after 10 is like a unicorn.
I remember that one
I feel
time
like
showed up
BGG
at
Con
Big
is the
Bar
only
on 2,
one.
then Origins, it was like 11. You're like, holy shit! It's like, yeah.
Hide the beer, Lance. Lance is here. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, when we went
Just
to
on my way to.
Origins, I called my wife and she's like, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm back at my hotel." She's like, "I thought you were hanging out with Lance." I said, "Lance went to bed like an hour ago."
Yep.
I like getting my 8 hours. It's good for you.
No karaoke for that guy.
That karaoke place was insane.
It was ridiculous.
Next time we're gonna drive away somewhere else. We're gonna find the karaoke place that every 20-something in Indianapolis doesn't go to.
Yeah.
Shane, did we tell you about this place? It's a karaoke bar. I went out to have a cigarette. There were 47 people in line waiting to get in that they wouldn't let in because the place was packed.
Wow.
This isn't an indie.
Yeah.
They're not Gen Cons either, right?
It was like a club. The line outside. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Wow.
The Wild Beaver Saloon.
People like their karaoke.
Did anyone watch the last season of Umbrella Academy?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
We didn't watch the last one, so it just came out not too long ago, right?
Is it worth going back and
Came out
watching
on
all of it?
Friday.
I've
It
not
is.
watched any of it.
Well,
Any of it?
you've not
No.
watched any of the show?
No.
It
The
was
first
fine.
3 seasons are worth watching.
First 3,
Yes.
and then this is the 4th that just came out.
Correct.
And not good.
So I'll
Downhill.
It's been
I'll
cancelled,
put
hasn't
this
it?
comparison to it. Do you
Is
remember
it
the
like the
last
Game of
season
Thrones?
of Game of Thrones?
I
How-
like the last season
how-
of Game of
how-
Thrones. I'm in the minority, but
How
yeah.
the
Wow.
story,
You're the one. You're
how
the
the
one.
actual
one.
story
So more-
wasn't
more people-
completed yet, and they just had to finish it.
Yeah. It's
That's the same comparison I'll make.
I actually thought the first couple episodes of this 4th season were pretty good. I was like, okay.
Yes.
And
And then they had to end it.
Yes, and then it just I
Budget
think
was done.
I think they betrayed a bunch of the characters. They did stuff that the characters haven't done in the whole series up to this point. So they like made choices that just felt odd for the characters that they have. And then also there was just like a ton of stuff. Like this isn't really giving anything away, but like, you know, like I just felt like there were things that didn't go anywhere. I thought like the subway stuff was gonna be like a big plot thing, and then there's nothing to it.
It was almost like they came up with this ending to the story, and they were like, "Oh, this is gonna work," and they started filming it and editing it, and then realized, "Oh crap, we have to finish it in one more episode."
Yeah,
We only have one episode left.
yeah.
Well, I mean, you know why that when we know why that happened in Game of Thrones, but I mean, why did it like? I mean, is there a reason for it here? Like, were they told you got
I mean,
3 more episodes, finish it up?
It is similar to Game of Thrones in that they have deviated from the source material, so they're making up the
They're
plot.
not
I
really
think.
deviated. It's just that there is no source material for that part of the story. There's just speculation.
Can they bring it back on track, or is it just over?
It's done.
It's done.
And
I do kind of like that shows just end after a few seasons on
Well,
it.
this was one of those things. This was one of those things where Netflix really wanted to do another season, but they hadn't really written source material this season.
They got pushed to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we're gonna give you $10 million. You gotta come up with another season.
Well, basically, the cast was pretty much done because Netflix was so up on it. They offered them, like, the story I heard is that Elliot Page was the one that they had to sign first, and he basically said, "Okay," and they offered a ridiculous amount of money, and basically said, "Okay, I'm in. Pay everybody else the same amount."
Oh wow. I mean, that's cool.
So,
yeah, when I say like I think they betrayed some of the characters, I'm not even saying that. I read an article where like he's maybe 3rd or 4th build, like one of the main characters. I read an article about him talking to press afterwards and being like, "Yeah, it's dumb. I don't know why they made this character they made my character do this, and I fought him on set the whole time. I was like, he would never do this, and they said you got to do it, and it's stupid." And like he's even saying, the guy himself was saying it.
That's good. That's better than those actors that don't say anything about bad films or bad shows
Yeah.
that they've been in, and they'd say, "Well,
Mark
I'm just
Hamill
there to say the
torched
words.
Star Wars, right?
Turn up."
Didn't Mark Hamill torch Star Wars?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that was running on like a repeat over the weekend or last weekend, and I watched it and I was like, this. It just reminded me how terrible it was.
Which one?
Oh, all of it. It was like
Oh.
it was just a marathon. You know,
a marathon of bad.
So I watched Devs. Do you remember Luca talking about Devs?
Yes.
I finally watched it. It's not bad. I didn't love it, but I didn't like it. Or I didn't. You know what I mean? Like you kind of like want it to be done. Just you wanted to see how it ended, so I watched it all, but I didn't love it. Like it was just I liked it. It was okay.
What's it about?
It is about
Look it up.
A very, very rich person running a supercomputer group kind of thing that's sort of reminiscent of someone you may recognize, like another billionaire that runs high technology place.
Well,
the main character gets invited to join it. The team called Devs. It's like software development kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a murder mystery.
Oh.
I mean, I can just give you the premise because it's really in the first episode. He gets killed in the first episode. And the whole rest of the thing is like 7 or 8 episodes of this girlfriend trying to figure out why. And it's very it has like very existential reality, like what is reality kind of stuff. It's got like a lot of weird. I don't want to spoil it, but if you ever watch it,
is it a limited series that?
Yeah, it's
ends
a one season show done.
Perfect.
It's not
Yeah,
it's
those are
not coming back.
I
I
like
did
them.
not enjoy the lead character, and I felt like I recognized her, and I did. It's the same one person that was in Ex Machina. Not the main
Alexander?
No, the other one. The I don't remember her name in the other android.
Got it.
Which I can't remember her name.
I don't remember. hers either.
But she's also in the Game of Thrones or the House of Dragon.
Oh,
which
Sonoya Mizuno.
yeah, and I don't like her in House of Dragons.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
She's got a weird accent in the House of Dragons. Like I'm like, I know it's not your accent. Like you're making this up. It's like doesn't make any sense. So I don't know, something about her that I'm not really.
Huh.
And she's very successful, right? She's been in like
Interesting.
a lot of big things.
She doesn't bother me in House of Dragon at all.
I feel like it's just completely miscast. It has Ron Swanson, or what's the actor's name?
Yeah.
As the main tech billionaire guy, and I'm like, this doesn't. It doesn't make sense.
Oberman.
Yeah, Nick Offerman.
Offerman. There we go.
Yeah, I'm like,
Was
I was
actually,
kind of initially.
He was actually pretty good in Umbrella Academy.
Is
yeah,
he? Okay.
Honestly, he and his co-part are the best things about season 4 Umbrella.
She's his actual wife in real life. They're married in real
Oh,
life.
I don't think I knew that.
Yes,
It's Megan Mullally and Nick Offerman played characters that aren't in any other season of Umbrella Academy, and they're the best part of season 4. They're great together.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but it just feels like miscast.
Yeah.
Maybe different character actors would be better. It's a super intriguing idea, though. Like the technology part of it is really intriguing. But I mostly just wanted to see how it ended. Just, because I'm like, it drags out a bit.
You're invested.
It could have been like a 4-episode thing and be done. Like, bam, it like hits you. Like, wow. But it dragged for 8 or whatever. It dragged for too long.
Yeah.
Because it's a murder mystery mostly.
That's the big change nowadays. It's
they gotta drag it out.
In the 80s or 90s, it would be 22 episodes for a season. Now it's just 8. Just like...
They're all 2.5 hours.
Well, no, in the 70s and 80s, it would be a 3-hour movie of the week instead of an 8-hour story.
Okay.
Yeah. I also watched Andor. Did we talk about that?
Yeah.
I love Andor.
I forgot that you hadn't
It's
seen
kind
it.
of amazing.
Yeah, it's
kind of. It is
amazing.
amazing.
It's the best Star Wars thing I've seen in a decade.
It's the best thing since Rogue One, easily.
Right. And
Don't
it was like
tempt
three.
me.
It was like 3 Rogue Ones in a row.
Yeah, and season 2 is
It
coming.
was like 3 pieces of Rogue One. That was so great. And the middle arc, I think it was the middle,
where he's in the prison.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, but yeah, in the prison. So the prison part was just so harrowing. It made the Empire seem like, oh, they got teeth.
Yeah,
like I just felt like, what? It's crazy. I was kind of scared. I was like, wow, that's really intense. Yeah, there were some things, and Andy Serkis is really good.
Yeah,
I can't swim.
So I think he hope I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, he can't swim. But
I mean, it's also been years since Andor came out. I don't.
Yeah, it's
think,
been out.
I think you could
I don't want to. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be happy if I got spoiled with it. So anyway, well, I feel like I hope that character comes back. Let's say
it doesn't matter now.
That character makes a reappearance.
Attention span.
Because they're doing it in season 2, right?
Yeah, it's coming out soon.
But man, it's so much depth and like, what happened with all the other Star Wars junk? Like, how come it's so crap?
I think there's a lot of fan service in Star Wars that does not serve them well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I watched the first episode like a year ago, and then and Nikki made fun of me for it. I'm like, oh, let's just start watching it again. This was during Gen Con, or right before she left for she was here visiting before they went to Gen Con, and I watched the first quarter of it or whatever, and I'm like, wow, I gotta watch the rest of this now. So I devoured it in like a week.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Budget 250 mil.
That's a big budget.
More money.
More money.
Probably won't ever make it back with the Disney subscriptions. Like, because I remember everybody sort of saying it was great, but it wasn't. I didn't realize how great it was.
Yeah.
I didn't get the sense from the internet that it was that great. It wasn't like a Game of Thrones kind of thing.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
I saw it more of the skeptical. Well, is it great or is it just better than the other stuff?
Right. Right. Yeah.
Well, and
It's
that's
just slightly better, so it feels like it's great, but it's not really.
Yeah, that's how it went. That's how I approached Rogue One, and then it was pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I remember seeing, and I know I said this before, but I remember seeing Rogue One in the movie theater. Like it was either opening night or the second night, and I was like super excited for it. And you're watching. This is cool. This is cool. This is a lot of stories, a lot of cool things going on. You know, talk about the Death Star. You're going through this whole thing, and everybody talks about like the Darth Vader scene at the end. How everybody was thought that was like the biggest, coolest thing. You know what? In my movie theater, the biggest pop that happened was Gold Leader. This is Gold Leader, and like they actually had the guys, the old film from the original Star Wars, and all of a sudden you're like, this is Gold Leader. You're like, that's the guy. That's the
Right.
guy. How they, and then there was like, and then it was Red Leader, and like the guys that you knew died during the Battle of Yavin. Spoiler alert. When they attacked the Death Star, and then of course then there's the third guy like Blue Leader, and you're like, oh, he's new, he's dead. You're just like,
He ain't making it.
yeah, I didn't see him
yeah.
attack the Death Star.
Yeah.
I don't think he's gonna do anything. But that was and like the entire crowd lost their damn minds when that happened. Not nearly the same pop that the Darth Vader
So
over the
if you
top
love
stuff.
Rogue One, go watch the Jenny Nicholson breakdown of it, and then you'll hate it. Yeah, it's funny. I'm like, oh,
Why?
I thought I liked this movie. I do like it, but if you watch it, I mean, because she's intensely critical of it.
But there are
Here's
fans.
the title of her video is "Here's all the reasons why you should not like Rogue One."
Top 10.
So the
worst
whole thing about
reasons.
Rogue One was, and I've said this before, it was Star Wars Dirty Dozen. That's what it
Yeah,
was.
sure.
Mm.
And if you don't like the
If you
Dirty
take it,
Dozen, then there's something wrong with it.
you can't get anything more than that. But I mean, she's looking for deeper meaning, of course.
Well, why? I don't understand that. Why you like people need to pick apart something? But like, hey, here's a bubblegum movie.
Everything she says makes 100% sense when you listen to it. So it's like, okay,
But that's fine. But I mean, there's
What's her name?
if I go and
Nicholson.
watch Bugs Bunny cartoons, I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. That rock should fall right now. Why is it being held up? I mean, I can't enjoy that anymore.
I know you can't enjoy anything anymore.
It's entertainment.
No, you watch it later now that I still love the movie. I just like, I'm like, oh yeah, you make a lot of sense, Jenny.
I need to go make a video why you shouldn't like Jenny Nicholson.
No, she's great. You gotta
Top 10
She's
reasons.
awesome.
I'm just joking.
I love her channel. her long form video. She did a 4-hour video of the Star Wars world or whatever that place is called. Empires, whatever, something or other.
But you
know
do
the
I mean, but that's okay, and I don't want to get going down a thing, but that's what I just really, really detest about like basically video channel, like the big video YouTube video channels, they basically have to shit on things because that's what people. I mean, that's what people want to see, right?
I guess
They want.
I mean, that's what Red Letter Media put Red Letter Media on the map.
Like that one giant video where they made fun
6
of the
hours
thing.
of prequels.
But the difference between that and whatever, and I realized they were the first one to do it, and now you go to Red Letter Media and they have very, very good
their content's great.
movies. Yeah. That, and they don't rely on they basically retired the whole
Red Letter
shtick.
likes stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, and Jenny likes stuff too. I mean, it's not all negative.
They retired the shtick. I mean, they pretty much retired the whole. I mean, they still kind of do the VCR repair stuff, and it's not really anything. They kind of abandoned that.
Mr. Plinkett.
And they kind of abandoned Mr. Plinkett. And yeah, no. I mean, I don't know. It's fine. Great. Awesome. Cool.
It's entertaining. Come on.
No, but I mean, why you want to just people just want to take shits on things because that's what people want to hear. They want to hear people like say, "Oh, this sucks. This is why it sucks."
It creates a debate.
With who?
I don't know.
I can't debate somebody
In my
who I'm
mind.
watching on a TV show.
Okay.
You can't debate
Don't
someone
watch
who says
anything.
that
Don't watch
sucks.
anything, Grump. Mr. Grump.
That's not Mr. Grump. I don't understand it. And again, I realize I'm old, so maybe that's why I don't
No,
understand
I do believe the internet is mostly negative.
But
it's
why
just,
why
sort
if
of
I
entertaining.
watch something, do I need somebody else to like either tell me it sucks or tell me it's good too? Why can't I just watch it and enjoy
You can
it?
watch. I watched the Red Letter Media about the Deadpool after I watched it. Didn't change my feeling about the movie. Still got to enjoy the movie.
Well, gentlemen and lady, I will
Anyway,
bid
whatever.
you a fond.
Well, you know what movie was
Good
really
to see
bad?
you, Barry.
Last
No, I
Jedi.
agree.
Last Jedi was really bad.
Jennifer, all the best. My heart
Thank
goes out
you.
to you. And hopefully we'll play Barry very soon. Well, yeah, one day.
I'll talk to you later, other Barry.
Okay. Take care.
Have a good
yourselves.
one.
Bye.
Yeah. I'm glad you can enjoy people that like taking shits on things, Scott. It's good. It's good for you.
It's sort of well thought out criticisms, though. This is not just taking shit on stuff. Like, if it's just taking shit on stuff, I don't care about that.
But you can pick apart anything and give reasons why.
Of course, you can pick apart anything.
So where's
I'm not an overly negative person, I don't think.
I never said
I like
you were.
positivity.
Then why do you watch something that wants to tell people?
I don't
why
know.
it's
I
no
like to
good?
watch it. I don't know. I just do.
Well, that's not supporting positivity though. You should only watch you should only watch positive
Well,
videos.
I mean,
It's just getting other people's opinions.
This is coming from a guy who has weekly grievances.
That's
part of
because
the
those
show.
motherfuckers need to have their transgressions spouted to the world for how angry they make me. Because I somehow haven't murdered anybody that desperately need it.
Yeah.
Yet. Or as I would have you believe. I don't know.
Have any of you guys played this game?
No.
This is a
seen it
quiet
1,000
RPG.
times.
You don't talk. You just text each other. I'm just
Hmm.
curious of what the experience is like. Would I enjoy it? It's only like 90 minutes.
It's an interesting idea.
But you have to have a moderator, right? Like someone has to moderate it. So you basically don't talk with any. You sit at a table, but you don't express to yourself out loud. You have to do all texts, and then there's time events that happen every 5 minutes or something like that.
It's interesting. I don't think
I've been super intrigued by
yeah.
it. Like it's just an
Yeah.
interesting game design.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like antithetical to the whole reason I play board games. But
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like it's a quiet.
but it's interesting. It's an interesting idea.
Right, but you could talk about it afterwards, right? You do this 90
That's true.
minutes of like isolate. Well, you're not isolating. You're sitting there in front of each other.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the level of the moderator is. Here's the thing. I don't want to get it spoiled, so I don't want to watch it being played. So I don't know what to do.
Right. I mean, maybe just give it a try, and then if it wasn't great, then it'll be like
I just need to find someone to moderate it, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Not great. Don't go on YouTube and complain about it because then Lance will get all upset.
Well, I just decided to watch like twice speed. I'm listening to this top 10 newest reasons you like Rogue One. She's picking apart characters. She's like, and she even says, this character, I didn't even bother remembering what their name was, and they didn't do anything. Actually, no, that guy did a ton of stuff in the entire movie. He fought, and so she's just making shit up to like say,
a flawed review.
It is. It's bullshit. It's just a clickbait thing. It's just a clickbait. Oh, I don't even care what this guy
I don't
did.
think that's the way she is.
Well, that's because you are in love with her, apparently. But I mean, go through. She's just like, this person didn't do anything, and then he just died. No, he didn't. You didn't fucking watch the movie. You're just saying shit to be funny at this point. It's like, oh, they all died. That's the whole purpose. The movie is about and she doesn't even know what Dirty does. She's like, it's just a heist movie. No, it isn't just a heist movie. Wow. I'm just gonna simplify something down and distill it down to like 7 marbles and And these 7 marbles suck. It's like no.
That's like people who watch The Dirty Dozen and go, "It's just a ripoff of Rogue One."
Yeah, no shit. No shit.
Wasn't that just a rip off of whatchamacallit, the Kurosawa movie?
Yeah, the Kurosawa. I was about to say the
was it Yojimbo or Sanjuro? One of those.
Sanjuro, I think it is. Yojimbo is when the guy comes and there's the 2 gangs that are fighting one another.
Mm.
And
That's
then yeah.
Fistful of Money. Or the Fistful of Dollars.
Yeah.
It all derives from Kurosawa anyway.
Right.
That's why you piss people off and say things like people who love Avatar. You're like, it's just a ripoff of Dances with Wolves.
Is it?
No,
It's
it was Seven Samurai.
Story.
Seven Samurai.
That's it, Seven Samurai.
Yeah, Seven Samurai.
Dances with Wolves and Avatar are the exact same story.
Okay.
Isn't it A Man Called Horse or something like that? Also,
yes.
Isn't that,
it's
from that too.
Where the red fern
There's even-
grows or something? Isn't that the other one?
They're all similar.
They're all the same.
Wait, where the
So
red
why are we
fern grows
watching
is, like,
anything
totally
anymore?
different, isn't it?
I
Which
don't know.
one?
Someone told me that once.
Where the red fern grows, that has nothing to do with Dances.
Where the
with
red fern
Wolves.
grows, that's like that's the book that you read in,
Yeah.
when you when you're in 5th grade and it made you cry.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the dogs died. Spoiler alert.
Oh, spoiler.
Aww.
I cried when the guy fell on his axe.
There you go. That too. No, I mean that was one of those where the red fern grows and the bridge to Terabithia.
I can't. Oh.
Was the other one as the kids that you were forced to read and they make you cry.
We had to read
Never
the
read
one.
either one.
We had to read
Really?
the one with what was the
wow.
one with the kid's name was Piggy, and they had the conch.
Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies.
Yeah, Lord of the Flies. That's a rough one too as a kid.
Yeah, it was brutal. You're like, oh, people are awful. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was Lord of the
Dance.
Lord of the Dance. Yeah, that's one I was in.
Michael Flatley?
Yeah. No, I think that's you guys never read Bridge to Terabithia, really? Oh man. That's like
It was not a required reading.
no, I mean we
Bridge to what?
Terabithia.
Bridge to Terabithia.
Remember Bridge
no,
over
I
the
never read-
River
never read it.
Kwai?
I've seen the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, somebody said they saw the movie and the movie was nothing. I mean, like I remember watching it, I was like, I guess there's a couple of beats that are the same, but the
What's the premise of that?
Well, Bridge to Terabithia is basically there's these 2 kids that are kind of like the outsiders in the school, and then and the one young boy he becomes really friends with the young girl, and then the young girl she's like she goes to the same school and is in the same class, but she's like super poor. And she does and she doesn't she only has 2 outfits, and so she just changes it for each day, and all the other kids are making fun of her all the time, and so then he befriends her because he's kind of on the outsides as well, and then they begin to then because she doesn't one of the things the kids make fun of her for is the teacher says she's talking to the class and she's like, so there's a really, really good movie on tomorrow night on this channel or whatever, and it's this is the name of the movie, and it's really important. I want you guys to watch that. I want you guys to write a 1-page report on it and tell me what you think about it. And the girl raises her hand and she's like, yeah, I don't own we don't have a TV, and it was just and then all the kids make fun of her for that, stuff like that, and so in order for her to she kind of they just become these outsiders, and they just start going and doing going out into the woods and just coming up with this magical world that they just create in their heads called Terabithia, and they just it's all imaginary, and they just it's to escape the shitty life that they have in school, because when he starts becomes friends with her, then he starts getting made fun of and gets picked up, and there's a tragedy that's involved.
What's the movie? Don't spoil it.
No,
Yeah,
Terabithia is, but the movie is nothing like the book. It is absolutely nothing. It's they took the idea of them having this imaginary world, and then they just animated that and like created the world and made it real in the movie, which is nothing like the book as a kid.
Is it like a special effects kind of show off?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, you can be just like Red Letter Media / Jenny Nicholson. You can criticize.
But I'm not saying it's like this
I
is
know,
why
I'm just kidding,
this is
Lance.
why
I'm
you're
just
fucking
messing with
wrong
you.
about where the red fern grows. I'm not like doing that. It's just like whatever. I for the life of me I can't remember this other book that I had to read in it was in 5th grade or 6th grade. So and I was in this reading group and we had to read all these books. And I remember there was this book, and I remember when my group read
Flowers
it,
for
like
Algernon?
no, because it was about this.
Art of Darkness.
I mean, even though the book wasn't real, it's making me sad thinking about it. It's like basically, this young kid, like who's just awkward and doesn't get along with anything, and he shows up and like him and like a friend of his or whatever, they find this fox who his leg is trapped in a trap, right? And he feels, and this fox doesn't like, I mean, it's gonna die, and it's just like, and so he tries to like open up the thing, but it's locked in place and on this fox's paw, and he wants to like save this fox, and like they can't, but they can't unlock it, and there's this whole story around like he keeps bringing like food and water to this fox so it doesn't die of starvation, and it was like oh my god, it was just, I mean, and it's just like this, and this whole thing is like, and then because he's this really big awkward kid, like his dad's trying to like get him to be interested in things like him. He like, he wants him to like go and like, shoot beer cans with him, and he doesn't like shooting a gun. It makes too much noise and everything like that. And his dad's like mad at him because he's a sissy, and it's just like, and it goes through this whole process of this kid, and all he wants to do is save this fox's life, and he just wants to like take care of it. And I mean, I can't for the life of me remember that name of that book. And it just and each chapter was just more and more sad. I was like, I'm like 11 or 10 and we're reading this book, and it was just and no good. There's no happy ending. There's no happy ending. And then you read this thing, and all like 8 of us are just bawling as we're reading this last chapter. It's like one by one we just drop like flies as we're reading the last chapter of the book in this reading group, and we were just all bawling, like just, and like I think because the teacher was like, oh, that was a bad choice, probably. Anyway, well, my total tangent. Now I gotta figure out what the name of that book was. But you guys can talk about something.
Is it The Wonderling?
No,
that's not a. That's a fantasy book. I just googled.
Fox in a trap.
Fox in a trap. It's just that's
Just
all
like
it is.
that. That's pretty literal.
That's all it is.
So I'll tell you a good book movie story. So my junior year of high school, one of our required reading books was The Natural, and half of my class failed the test on it.
Yep, because they watched the movie and it has a different ending.
It has a way different ending.
How is the book ending?
So in the book, he strikes out.
Yep.
And then gets shot again.
Oh,
Yep.
So not a happy ending.
No, and I love the book because of it.
But is everything else mostly the same?
A lot of the stuff is the same, but the ending is like totally different. Like the whole point is that
Who shoots him?
The girlfriend.
Oh, the girlfriend.
Yes.
What was the movie that came out at the same time, but it was a kid who like fell on his arm?
Oh, that's the one about the Minnesota Twins.
Rookie of the year, boy.
Rookie of the year, and he suddenly became amazing.
Funky butt loving. Funky butt loving, man.
The B version of it.
But didn't he lose his powers at the end of that one?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so,
man.
And then
He
he
still had
felt
to throw- he had to
the
throw a pitch.
underhand pitch to the
He
guy.
threw an underhand pitch.
Yeah.
That's the strikeout.
Mom
again.
gives him the sign to do the floater.
Floater.
That's right. And then when the Minnesota Twins had like they couldn't make any money whatsoever. They were like, and the poll ads were like the billionaire bankers that own the company and still own the company, like wouldn't pay for anything. They contracted to make. There was a movie about a kid taking over as the manager of the Twins, like this kid, and then of course coached them to the World Series, or whatever. I can't remember the name of that movie though. It was horrible.
It's the same guy who was in American Pie.
Eugene Levy?
No, the kid, the one who's dating Tara Reid in that one.
Oh,
right? Isn't that the one?
Little Big League is what it was
That Russian
called. Little
exchange.
Big League.
I thought it was a Russian exchange student.
let's see who was in that. Justin Long.
In what?
What was his name?
12-year-old Billy Haywood manages Luke Edwards played Billy Haywood.
Maybe that's not the guy. Maybe the kid from the Nationals, the one who was in the
Jason Biggs.
Jason Biggs. That's what I was trying to think of.
Was
he? What else? What else was Luke Edwards?
Oh no,
in?
the kid who was in the other one, the one with the arm, is the guy who was in American Pie.
Well, he was also in Newsies, The Wizard, Jeepers Creepers 2,
there you go.
The Super. And he was in an episode of NCIS. That's always good.
See, now I'm interested if it's a like an age.
Hey, he was in American Pie 2.
What was his name?
What's his name here? He's Luke Edwards. He was born March 24th, 1980 in the Nevada City.
I want to see what he
He
looks
was an
like.
actor producer.
Yeah, I can't think of him.
Yeah, he was.
Did anybody watch that Natasha Lyonne?
Thomas Ian Nicholas is the one I'm thinking of, and he's the kid from the other movie with the arm.
Yeah, he is.
Good for him.
So I'm curious now that we've been talking about books that we've had to read in school. Like, if it's more of a based on our age, like when books changed, like what was
I
required.
remember like The Crucible, Scarlet Letter.
Like we were like the Metamorphosis.
I never read that one.
Scarlet Letter.
No, Scarlet Letter.
Scarlet Letter was horrible.
Canterbury Tales.
The Scarlet Pimpernel.
Canterbury Tales is good. I don't care what anybody says.
Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies, Great Expectations.
Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah.
Never read that one.
Kill a Mockingbird.
I had to read Ethan Frome.
Never read that one either.
Boy, Ethan Frome's one of the most depressing books ever.
I never read that.
Ethan Frome is it's awful. You know, that is a novel that is just for like guy falls in love with his wife's cousin and everybody basically dies. I mean, it's just like it's just horrible.
You're talking about Ethan Frome? Well,
Yeah.
the sad part, I mean, the most depressing part is that they don't die.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because they
They
try to kill themselves, but then they
try
just
to
end
kill
up.
themselves and fail, and then just become like really sad, crippled people for like the rest of their lives.
Yeah, that's right. Because
They try to run into a tree.
His wife. Yeah, that's right. His
They
wife's
ride
cousin,
a sled
like,
into a tree.
She says because they were gonna go sledding one last time before she had to leave town or whatever, right? And then she's like, let's just run into a tree, and then they do, and then she's paralyzed for the rest of her life, and then he's like some hobbled cripple that can barely walk. All for love, baby. All for Love.
1984. Did you guys read that one?
1984, Animal
Animal
Farm.
Farm.
Yeah.
So I never understood Animal Farm till like maybe 10 years ago. Like I kind of went back and reread it, and I'm like, oh, this makes more sense now. 'Cause I hadn't read it since I was like 16.
Yeah, I haven't reread many of those, but I
Brave New
remember all that
World.
stuff.
You
Brave
guys
New
ever read
World.
that?
I never read Brave New World.
Fahrenheit
Wanted to.
451.
Yep, that's another one. Of Mice and
Fafhriknugan.
Men.
Yeah. I don't know why I kept all those books. They're all just sitting over in my
You know what
shelf.
we had to read? Jonathan Livingston Seagull.
I love that book. I love it. No,
Jen, what did Barry read? Did he read?
He's got a lot of biographies that he read, and he liked history. He loved learning about Native Americans. You know, our
That all checks.
forefathers. Yeah,
Was he a movie watcher much?
yeah. He was always watching something. I mean, he was stuck in the house all the time, you know. So,
Right.
yeah.
I remember he'd always say, it's like, I know it's going to rain soon. And it's like, because.
Yeah, he could feel it. Yeah. Yeah, he was out Saturday morning. He was out edging the grass because it was finally a nice day. So, but I think the humidity was still getting to him. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to thank you guys for this.
No, you're
This was
fine.
nice.
You can come
Yeah,
back
no.
anytime you want. Anytime you want,
Okay.
Jay.
Thank you.
I'm glad he left everything easy to hook up and play.
I've seen him set it up so much, and then he'd be like, "All right, go to bed, get out of here," you know. So, yeah,
True love.
Yeah.
yeah,
Go
because I
on.
was always
Go on.
I was
get.
off on Thursdays. Yeah, so this is the one night I could stay up late, but he had this, you know, and then we'd hang out Thursday morning, and the first question was always, "Well, who pissed off Lance? You know, what happened? What'd you talk about? You know."
Usually
It was usually
McDonald's.
Barry.
It was usually McDonald's.
Somebody at a drive-through somewhere.
Somebody in the
messed up an order.
drive-through. I had a bad drive-through experience relatively recently, but I didn't remember it enough, and I was just like, you know, I mean, there are days, like he'd always say, "Why do you go to the McDonald's, Lance? Why do you go to the McDonald's?" You know they're gonna screw you. You know they're gonna fuck you. At this point, it's your fault. I was like, it's not my fault. They don't give the services they're supposed to provide. Yeah. Nobody's got a grievance, huh? I mean, like I said, I was sure I'd have one after
I
going.
mean, I'm mad at Barry, but you know, that's
Yeah.
not going to change anything. So,
I was annoyed by having to pay like whatever it was, $12 for a beer at the game. That was always great, you know.
Oh yeah. Don't buy beers at sports events.
Well, I really wanted one. And I wanted to enjoy a Pilsner, and it was like,
oh, a Pilsner. Those are the most expensive.
And I and like I said, I had just scolded my son to the point where he was upset, and so I had to go get him a tepid lemonade, and I got myself a beer. So
I have a grievance about the movies.
All right.
$50, by the way, for two seats.
Yep.
Plus 20 for drinks. Just a large drink. Two large drinks, $20.
Whoa. $50 for
50.
two seats?
I just checked the receipt because I was like, did I really pay $50?
For two tickets?
Yeah, it was 48. I rounded up. Yeah, it's 48.
Was it IMAX or something?
No, it was like a Dolby theater. It's a special theater, but I felt it was not anything better than what you would normally get. Now there were recliner seats, but who cares? I don't want to pay $20 for that.
we always went to matinees.
So
or
that's not the
Tuesdays, it was
grievance though.
cheaper.
That's part of the grievance. So we get these Cokes, right? And they're the lifestyle machines, you know, or lifestyle, is that what they're called? The
I
Coke
think
machines
lifestyle. Yeah.
where you get to pick what you want and you can dial in the flavor and
All the different flavors.
serve
Oh
yourself.
yeah,
right?
yeah. Add a little cherry.
Freestyle.
So I filled up my drink, Diet Coke, with a little cherry. Drink it. It's completely garbage. It's like no flavor. It's just drinking soda water. So I dump it out. I go to the next machine. Same thing. Drink it. It's completely flat. It has flavor, but completely flat. Dump it out. Go to the third machine. A moderate amount of taste. So I dump it out. I'm like, maybe the fourth machine's better. Fourth machine, still bad. So I went back to the third machine, refilled it, and I had this $10 Coke that I drank like 3 sips of because it was just not awesome.
It's called a freestyle machine.
Oh, freestyle. Okay, I thought it was lifestyle. Yeah, freestyle. Yeah. So fuck those machines. I mean, if you're gonna charge $10, I mean, I guess I could go complain, but what? There's no other machines to. I guess I could have walked to the other set of machines on the other side of the theater, but
Are they any better?
I was just exasperated by that point. I'm just like, okay, let's just go sit down, watch this movie.
I forgot I did have a grievance. Ooh. And I understand that in the board game world, especially since Shane's here. Shane this will be fun because Shane will say something that we get, not all. It isn't a constant, but I mean it's very. I didn't get enough of these meeples, or this arrived. These cards arrived damaged, or whatever. And it's usually like you have to pull teeth to get like the answers out of them. It's like which cards are not good, and they're like, oh, I'm not really sure. And I'm like, well, I can't really sit here. But guy said, oh, I just bought a copy of Champions of Midgard, and he said, my boards like is ripped up. And I was like, well, that sucks. And then I was just like, but I always just say, can I see some pictures so I can see what we're dealing with here? And the guy like sent me a picture of like, and yeah, sure enough, there's like, he shows the back of the board, and it's there's 6. It's, I don't know how many folds is but there's 6 squares basically. The Champions of Midgard, and when you unfold it, it's bigger board. And but it was like, and then I asked him, I was like, when they send me a picture, it's like, oh yeah, it's all scuffed up, and they show you the back of a board. And I'm not saying that everybody's like a crook and everybody's trying to, I don't know what you're gonna do with an extra Champions of Midgard board anyway, but they just show you a black square that's got a scuff mark, and it's like, well, that could be any board. You could just pull. And I always say, can I see the front of the board? Can you take a picture of the front of the board? Now, obviously, if the person whatever, they could just get one. But I recently got a guy that, okay, there's the back of one of the squares has like a little rip in one of the corners where like you can see the black backing has like peeled away, and you can kind of see, the cardboard or whatever. But the front of the board is perfect. It's absolutely perfect. You're not gonna see the back of the board when you play. It's not gonna be like you can take a Sharpie and just color the cardboard, and you wouldn't know anything. You just but they're like, oh yeah, can I get a new board? This one's ruined. It's just like,
ruined.
Yeah, but I mean,
you should have done what Jake did, like with the meeples.
Yeah, that was
spray paint it.
No,
Yes.
he said my purple meeples are 2 different shades, and he sent a picture of these 2 meeples, and Jake just responded with a picture of purple spray paint. That's what he said to him.
You sent him a black magic marker, a Sharpie.
Just send him a picture of a black magic marker.
Yeah, just like. To which, as Josh said, we all had a very good laugh about it, but then we apologized and sent the guy back a bunch of people. But I'm just, it's like, oh, I need a new board. It's like, why? But you're not even gonna look at it. And I get it, I understand, I mean, it's fine, but I mean, it's just.
Oh, should I send this back? I meant to
yes.
tell you. Also, I don't even know if I really want this, so I might end up giving this to you. Do you know what this is?
Oh yeah, that thing's sweet.
It might be yours this fall, because it's a reprint of all of the original D&D stuff, like the gray box stuff. But I'm just like, I don't think I thought it was more than that.
Yeah,
It's a little more than that, but it's not what I thought it would be.
Yeah, that's super cool.
Lance
I mean,
get?
it's kind of cool, but I mean, like, I just
got a ding.
I'm the big D&D nerd.
I know
Yeah.
you are. Well, but
Scott, you can put it in the car and I can read it on the way.
you see the flaw,
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
and the pages all the way down are down dinged. So
Well, I would gladly pay you a ding and den price for that.
yeah. I thought I would like it. I
Oh.
thought I would like it more, but then I started flipping through. I'm like, this is not interesting. I mean, there's a good part of it that is interesting, and I'll probably read that and then give you the book. How about that?
Is this the year that the car is sent for Anthony?
I thought Gray Fox was.
Larian is not attending, so
Oh, he's not. They're not coming.
No.
Oh, what happened to
Oh,
Gen
did
Con?
Kieran say no?
I mean he just they didn't one he wants to spend some more time. He doesn't want to be gone so much, and they just don't think it's needed or whatever.
Is he still living in Ireland?
Yeah. He also said he just figured that Scott would want to talk to him, and he just didn't want to deal with it. So
He didn't want to deal with me.
yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, by the way, Anthony, I want to say thanks a lot. I was on a call actually with Spencer from Larian, and I get a call from some place a number in Virginia on my phone, and I ignore it. And it calls again, and I ignore it. And it calls again. So 3 times, bam, 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 after I ignore it. Pick the phone and I'm like, hello? And the person's like, is this Gray Fox? And I was like, yeah, sort of. And he was like, I got a copy of Divinity that I'm owed from Gen Con, and
Albert
said I should call. Yeah. I was like, oh, yes. I was like, I haven't shipped it because it's in another warehouse, but I'll get it out. So luckily I didn't scream at the guy because Spencer watched me answer the phone. So, but I was ready to and then it was like, and then I was like, why the fuck would you give that guy my number? Or did he get it on the internet?
I didn't. It was on the receipt that was sent to him. Because he
Okay.
said, I said, I don't know. I said, they're working on it. He said, you know what? I just decided to call that number, and I spoke to someone, and they said it would be out Friday. And I'm like, okay.
That's one of my. I had worked for Shane for all of maybe 45 days, and Shane texted me. He's like, "You need to call this guy back." And I don't know how he got my number, but you just need to whatever. I don't know what you have to do.
Yeah,
I don't
so
know what you have to
that
do,
number's
but you
on your receipt, by the way, when they do a credit card transaction on your Stripe.
All right,
He
well, I'm
was
going to
just like-
change that.
He's like, I don't know what you have to do to make sure this guy doesn't bother me again, but you need to get rid of him. And I was like, don't make him mad because I don't want him to call me again. So I remember I called the guy, and I remember I was like, I was sitting on my front porch, my front stoop, because I was just I was because one of my kids was doing something outside, and I just called, and the guy's like, yeah, hey, this is Lance from Gray Fox Games, and he's like, you're not Shane. I was like, no, Shane's my boss. I'm calling for Shane. I want to talk to Shane. Just like,
I don't remember this.
oh no, it was like you told me, but I was like, oh, Shane's not able to handle this. And so then the guy's like, then he spent 45 minutes telling us why we were a shitty company.
Yeah, nice.
I was like, well, is there anything I can do for you? Nope. I just want to let you know that I think you're the worst board game company. that it's just I'm never gonna buy anything else that you ever make ever. And I wanted to be able to talk to Shane about it, but apparently Shane doesn't want to take my call. And I'm like, I don't think Shane would listen to 2 minutes of this. The moment he got to, I'm never gonna buy anything. Okay, see you later.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks.
I gotta go too.
All right, Grant. Try not to drive into any houses.
Yeah.
Tow truck drivers.
It was. Thanks for coming on, Grant. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah. Barry's a good dude. Happy to be here.
You're a good dude for being here. So thanks.
All right.
Take care, brother. Where's Scott? I was going to ask him if Grant was going to do his stand-up thing at BGG Con again.
I
I
assume
like going to
so.
that.
I assume so. I don't know. What do I know?
Look
Yeah,
at how
I'll be there.
spiffy Scott looks in that picture.
I know, right?
he looks so
Look at photos.
tiny. He looks so tiny in that picture. It's like little tiny Scott.
It's like the picture they took for the back of the book he wrote.
Yeah, right.
Oh
Exactly.
yeah, you know when
The
Scott
night is
isn't
moist.
when,
By Scott Allman.
when Scott isn't writing, he lives in his home with his wife Michelle in Dallas. You know, just like
He enjoys tacos.
yeah.
He never leaves the house because it's hot.
And he thinks videos that make fun of other things are just great.
Scott's other hobbies are pinball, keyboards, and more pinball.
That's true.
Yes. I can't understand the whole pinball thing. I guess can't understand getting that into pinball. I might be
Well,
crazy.
because of the price, I don't understand it. Like,
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
it's not
they're
cheap.
cool. I like playing them, but or like
Oh
you know,
no, they're super cool.
they're much
But
like boats, and that is when your friends have them, they're pretty cool.
Oh yeah, when your friends have when your friends have jet skis, they're awesome. They are the best.
Like I don't want a jet ski, but man,
Have you been to his pinball room? It was pretty cool playing all the games.
Well, yeah, but I mean all the maintenance on the pinball as well, and making sure.
Well, when you have $77 million, you don't have to worry
Oh,
about
we
such
haven't done a
things.
worth of web in so long. Hold on.
I think
Scott, welcome back to the expose. What
are you talking
about your pinball room?
Oh, I got my pinball mug.
All right, I'm gonna worth of web is
Actually,
going to tell
oh, that's
me
awesome.
it's going to tell me how much.
pretty cool.
Oh, very cool. Do we have an estimation as to what is
81.5 million.
I have an 81.5 million. Evan, give me an estimation.
Of what? The value of BGG?
BoardGameGeek.com. Price is Right rules are always in effect.
Price is Right. Okay. I'm gonna go. What did you say? 81?
81.5.
81.51.
Wow. Okay. Jen, do we have a guess?
Don't do it.
No, I don't have a guess.
Shane,
They're fooling around.
Well,
what's your estimation?
Well, here's what I want to know: was this ever done before? Was there an estimation in the past?
He used to be the $77 million man. I think the last time we did it.
No,
I see. So this has been done before.
That's a lot of body mods.
All right, so it has to be more than 77 million.
Right.
So
this website is bullshit.
So yeah, I'm not gonna.
You do not
Of
make
course
fun
it
of
is.
worth of web.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna go the opposite way. I'm gonna say it's gone down in value.
Okay.
I'm gonna say it's at 72 now. 72 million.
All right.
Do you have a guess in the worth of your website?
I don't remember what was the last time.
Well, I'm just asking if you have a guess.
I don't even remember the last time we did this.
I know, so what's going on? Well, anyway, to answer your question, it is.
What are you doing there behind camera?
$85.5 million.
Wow. I'll give you $500 for it.
Can I get a loan based on that number?
I think that's how it works.
Yeah, no. I'm kidding.
As you say nearly every single time that we do this, you say, "Find me somebody who will give me that."
Sure. How could I not?
Contact Asmodee.
Hey, Shane, you want to buy BGG? How much do you have? I've got $21 right here.
I told you. I just offered 500. I mean $500.
How much do you take that $500 and buy a better microphone?
Cash right now, Scott.
I got $500 and all the stress is gone. You don't have to deal with the site anymore.
We might hire you back to actually manage it, but
I would
Yeah.
think that like you would
I think I don't
As
think
a
I would-
volunteer.
I don't. If I sell it, I'm done.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think I could
you'd just be
go
playing
back to work
pinball,
for it.
baby.
All day long.
That's
You'd
right.
have to find a new room to keep them in, though.
Buy the house next door just to put them all in.
That's a good idea.
I'll tell you what, if I win the Powerball,
You doing
I'll
it?
come. I
Give
will
me
come.
call.
I will come buy it.
You are so gone if you win the Powerball.
No, if I win the
so
Powerball,
gone.
I will
Never
come
hear from
buy
him
the
ever
just
again.
out of spite. I will buy that website and then I will turn it into a single page of all my grievances for all the people who have annoyed me.
That's amazing.
board game
Gosh, I want to
industry.
say
It'll
something,
just
but I
be
don't.
that.
I don't know if I necessarily want to say something.
Well, I'll say
You can
this:
wait till after.
there was a guy.
Well,
There's a
no.
guy who posted a review of Reaver's card game, and like the written review on Board Game Geek. So I'm like, well, fine, it's a written review. Nobody's gonna look at it. But it was like he opened it up with saying, I don't really like negotiation games. They're not very much fun. And then he proceeded to tell me, I don't really like, just kind of talked about how the game works. Then it was like, I don't like negotiation games, and this wasn't fun for me. I'm gonna get rid of this game. It's just like, why? Why did you buy the game? Why did you buy the game?
We didn't hide it.
I don't understand. I don't understand people who do that. And what I really don't understand is if someone comes to your booth, I've seen it happen, and they tell you what kind of games they like, and they're not going to like the game, and people still try to. Well, you should try this one. It's different. Like, no, don't do that.
It is the most insane thing I've ever. It's just why would you do that?
I don't like black licorice, and this black licorice was the worst black licorice I've ever had. I'm just gonna keep eating black licorice even though I don't like it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna leave a bad Yelp review.
Oh my gosh. Have you seen those videos where like celebrities read mean tweets?
Oh yeah.
Oh, love it.
Just because Shane, you haven't seen Deadpool Wolverine yet, have you?
No. Mm-mm.
You plan on?
I do.
Okay. Well, then I'm not going to tell you anything.
So
there was a single moment in the movie theater that I was like, "Damn it, Shane should be here. We'd be laughing our asses off." But then you, so I'll have to wait.
Which part is it?
It's a shame.
Or yeah, I guess you can't.
I can't say it. I can't say it. But I mean, Shane will know as soon
curious
as it
on which
happens.
part.
As soon as it happens in the movie, he'll go. That was the spot.
So
That was the spot.
did you ride back with Shane to St. Louis?
Yeah, we six of us crammed into a pickup without air conditioning.
Worst part of the job right there.
No air crammed ourselves in and rode back so I could spend the night at Alex and his long-suffering wife's house, and then then I flew out the next day from St. Louis. That's St. Louis Airport. That's a humdinger of a place, let me tell you.
Real.
I did find a Baskin
Real
Robbins in
destination
there.
location.
Yeah.
You've been there before, though.
It sounded pejorative.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to remember, like, because I had been there for Geekway. Like, the one time I went to Geekway, that was, like, one of the last things I did for TMG. That was, like, the last
That's one of the last things I did for TMG.
Yes, I remember. That's right. You showed
It's
up.
the last thing I'll do for them.
How did you get there? Did you fly in?
So I went to I was looking after my mother, and I went to Detroit first. No, I went to Detroit. My godson's communion, and then I flew from Detroit to St. Louis, and then I flew home from there.
Yeah, man, I couldn't. That was a weird convention to be at for TMG, because like they barely sent any product. It was all old stuff that nobody wanted. And I was just like, thanks, guys. Why didn't you make any money? Just like,
It's
we sold Crusaders, and that was all we sold.
Can't get blood from a stone.
What were you making fun of me about, Shane?
It's like just another one of your like you can't sell it, and it's the product's fault. It's the product's
it
fault.
was- that
I was walking around the warehouse today, and I thought I shook my head when I was walking past like Gem Hens and Multi Universum, and when I was walking past them, I remembered this year's Gen Con, you were like, I can't believe I've been giving these away, man. People just scoop them up for $5.
We
Like,
never tried
yeah.
to sell them for $5. It was the most
I always
amazing.
used to sell them for $5, and they always sold. But you always were like, I always thought the only reason you didn't sell them for $5 was because you wanted to use them as a sweetener deal to sell a bigger product.
Well, and I did use them for that. And it worked. Good.
Which game was this?
This time it was Multi-Universum with expansion, with the Cthulhu expansion.
I always wanted to give that game a try. I never got around to it.
I have a copy here somewhere.
That vampire game. What is that called again?
Oh, Till Dawn. Pushed your luck.
Push your luck.
Hey, it's
Till
in a coffin
Dawn.
box, so you know that's
Cool. And Zoned Out, which everybody picks up. They just grab it. They're like, "Oh, look at this giant box."
It's like it's real shiny, right? Like it's got a lot of colors.
Yeah.
It's got like translucent plastic pieces that stack, and you know, so it's.
I heard that was actually really
good looking box.
I still have my copy until Dawn.
There you go.
It doesn't fit anywhere, but
no,
looks good.
Right.
Looks cool.
Until Dawn.
It's not terrible as a party game. It's just filler. It's just to push your luck. It's just a group push your luck game.
That one was designed by that turd, right?
Who? No.
For some reason, I thought it was well, we won't say.
No, it's no. That was. I think that one was designed by Jason Maxwell.
Got it. That's right.
And
That's right.
maybe Lonnius. I know he was part of that. Like I know that Jason, but I don't think whatchamacallit had anything.
Yeah, find it on BGG. What's it called?
Till Dawn.
Oh, Till Dawn.
Yeah.
Till the Swin Dawn.
Oh, okay. 2014. Has anybody played any games lately?
I mean, I play prototypes all the time.
I played The Mandalorian.
Oh, how was it?
It's good. I liked it. It's pretty solid. I thought it was going to be a little simple, but it's pretty deep. It's not deep, but it's like, it's more to it than I thought it would be. Plus, there's a mechanic in it that lets you, I don't know if I want to say anything. You should play it. It has a mechanic I wasn't expecting.
Cool.
Meaning when you reveal it, when you look at a tile, only you are allowed to look at it. So you can suspect why you might have to, because you can do like a recon action, which lets you take a face down tile, look at it, put it down. You're allowed to tell anybody anything you want about it. You are also including allowed to lie. So that is the mechanic that
That's pretty.
Yeah, it's a which of course because Mandalorian has that kind of like intrigue. But it's pretty fun.
The trailer for the new Mandalorian season came out. Everybody's of course saying it's gonna be horrible.
Are you sure?
Did you see the Star Wars Goonies?
No.
What?
Yeah.
No, what?
It's called it's not Star Wars Goonies. I can't remember the name of it. It's got Jude Law. It's a Star Wars thing with kids.
Oh.
Like if you look at the trailer, it looks like Goonies to me. Like shot for shot. Goonies. Hold on. I'll tell you in a second.
Complete with pirate ship.
With a pirate ship. Hold on.
Skeleton Crew.
Skeleton Crew.
That's Skeleton Keys.
Complete with pirate ship. Go watch it.
Does it have? But
and
it's
don't
the
tell me
pirate
that's
named
not
One Eye
Goonies.
Willie.
It's not a joke.
It's amazing.
Anyway, I don't. You don't want to get flagged, right, Lance? Or we're reacting to it, whatever.
It's all. Everything's horrible. Nothing's new.
I thought you're not allowed to complain about stuff. Be positive.
No,
That's the name of his
I never said
autobiography.
What? You were just telling me. No, whatever.
No, what I never said that. I'm not making YouTube videos trying to like say like pithy, shitty
Except
things to get
we're on
people to click
YouTube
on.
talking about.
No, I have a grievance.
Lay it on us.
Please.
All right. So I told the story about when I got Pampero at
Yes. Your $40 discount or whatever it was.
I got it for half. Well, I got it for 40% of the MSRP.
Right.
So it has the game trays inserts in it, and they put nothing in it of how to freaking organize the game. And
I mean, that's normal.
Yeah, that's good. That's a grievance.
Like, there's no rhyme or reason. Like, you just
You
have
can't
to
figure it out.
Figure it out.
If you write Noah, he might be able to send you like the the graphics where he pre-designed it.
Just use your best guess.
That's what
Well, that's
YouTube
what I
is
ended up
for,
doing.
man.
But there's no, like I said, there's no rhyme or reason to it. Like, there's individual
Those are my
game trays for
favorite
each
ones
player's
to
pieces.
do.
What's that?
I mean, I think more games should come with trays that look like they are for something like in the game and they should all fit perfectly, but they're literally not. So that
Yeah, I
people
think-
open it up
I mean,
and spend 30 minutes trying to figure out what are these trays for?
I feel
they're
like that's
circles.
super common.
Yeah.
I feel like the last 10 games I've opened has the mystery trays. Like, what is this for? It can't possibly fit this way. It can't go that way. You sit there trying to do a logic puzzle for half an hour. You're like, okay, just toss them out.
I literally watched like an hour and a half of total videos to figure out how to put away my Castles of Burgundy Deluxe pieces.
That one's tough.
So, one of the other grievances I had about a game, I actually went to Aaron and Philippe from Board and Dice and told them don't ever do that again. The insert for Nucleum.
What's wrong with it?
It's like
everything.
It's like it's a punch out, and then you have to like put the slots and figure out how to put it, and it doesn't work. It's like just leave the box empty and figure.
So there's a game that came out of Gen called Fashion Police that comes with cardboard punch outs where you punch out the outfits of things, and then it looks like these just plain black cutouts of the punch outs. So they all got tossed. Guess what? You need those.
Oh,
yeah. Well, we're gonna get another copy, but because you would think the things you punch out, like they're very shiny, like it's like very bright, colorful pieces of like clothing, like pants and shirts and stuff. So you think these plain black cutouts are probably not going to be used, right? No. You need them to create overlays, like stencils. Doesn't say anything on the game about it to keep them. No markings. It's just plain black.
Whoops.
The new one.
Nobody's played any new games, huh?
I said I played Mandalorian.
Oh, well, besides you actually play games.
I also played.
I've been playing Divinity, but I've been playing Divinity for a while now. So.
Finally going to tell people how to do a full-on campaign and at PAX Unplugged.
Yeah, I was telling Kieran that I actually am gonna start playing the video game. So when people ask me questions about the video game in relation, I can actually answer them.
I have 2 game recommendations that I really, really like.
All right.
I've only played them on BGA, but I will play them in real life, I think. Distilled. It's fantastic. I really like it.
It just seemed like there was so many buttons and levers in that game.
But that's the fun part of it. Like there is a lot of that, and it's super fun though. Like it's just fun because you are basically making booze, and it's got a bit of a randomness element to it. Like you shuffle all your ingredients together, and then you draw 2 out of it, and those are like wasted. So whatever you left over is what is like the good brew. So if you lose your good stuff, you can buy upgrades to like let you rebrew or redistill, right? So you reshuffle and you do it again, but it's super fun. Like I loved every part of it. Like, and you're learning recipe, and it's really not a long game. It's like 6 turns, maybe something like that. So you got to like get to it. Every person has a signature recipe, which gives you like 25 victory points. So if you brew that, that's like a huge part of the game. But you can also win if you don't brew it, because if you just brew a lot of like regular stuff, you can get a lot of extra points out of that. So once you brew it, you can either put it in a steel cask and bottle it, and there's all these bottle upgrades and special things, and it's just super fun. Lots of little fun details for sure.
Yeah, I've heard lots of good
Or
things
you can
about that one.
age it and wait. Like you can buy an oak barrel and you can put it in a cask and age it, and the longer you hold it, the more points it's worth. So I was surprised how much I liked it, honestly. I was like, I don't really like recipe games that much, but this is a really, really good one. Like it's solid.
You said it was 6 turns, but how long was the game?
I finished it in like under an hour with 3 people.
Oh wow!
But this is on BGA, which does shorten the game by a good amount. But if you have a pretty good group of just like getting through it, it's not. I don't think it would take that long. But it's got a lot of little bells and whistles and knobs to turn, right? Like it's just fun to like, oh, I want that character to help me do something in the game. They all have like abilities. There's equipment you can buy. There's like special ingredients, signature ingredients, and the recipes are cool. Like you have to learn a recipe before you make it. And you always make some kind of booze. You'll either make moonshine or you make whiskey, right? Like those are your defaults. Like you do the shuffle and then you see what you made.
Right.
But at the end, you always get moonshine no matter what. So, and it makes like every sugar makes an alcohol, and like it's just really, really clever. I don't know. It hit me in the right spot. I want to get the real. We've got a copy in library. I'm going to grab it and play it with my group here at some point. Second game is Fromage. You heard of this? Was it available at Gen Con?
It was only demo.
It's fantastic. You finish it in like 20-30 minutes, like maybe, and it's solid. Like you're making cheese, and this cheese wheel board, right, which is a lazy Susan that rotates, and you like depending on the orientation of the cheese is how long it takes for you to get it back. And they're like they're kind of just workers that will come back to you, but it's like you're making cheese. So, and there's 4 quadrants of doing things. You're either putting cheese on a table, or you're putting cheese on a shelf, or you're there's an area control part of the game, and then there's like what's the other one? There's 4 parts. I can't remember the 4th one. What is that? Let me see the board real quick just to remind myself. But it's just really fun. And you want to put all your cheese out, right? And the longer your cheese is out, you have to wait for your cheese to come back to give you a turn. So it's like a delayed worker mechanism. And everybody has asymmetric boards. What about? All right, good night. I'm on the Fromage. I'm getting this game for Michelle.
Good night, Michelle.
You're on camera, by the way, if you're here. Oh, she's not here. Yeah, so very cool. The designer is Ben Rossett and Matthew O'Malley. Ben Rossett did The Search for Planet X.
Yeah.
And Matthew O'Malley also did that. They're the team. But the board looks amazing. The little cheese pieces, like they're kind of hollow, and like you put the cheese, they're little workers on with a hollow piece of cheese, and then you cover it up so that when you pull it back, it like uncovers a cheese. It's really well done. And there's all kinds of like other things you do, like you can have cows make cheese, and you can fruit and jam the cheese, to get like bonus points. And then there's like it's a point salad cheese game.
It's cool. I like
but
the little
I thought I
cheese
wasn't
dude.
gonna like it. Played it 5 times in a row. Like we just, because it only takes like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Because it's simultaneous play. So the quadrant turns and you play on your quadrant. You do your action, rotate. Do your action, rotate. Do your action, rotate. It's awesome. Score. Done. Fast. And decent strategies. Like you're like, okay, I want to, you have different, goals and stuff. So It sounds cheesy. It is cheesy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I just when I saw it at Gen Con last year, I went over just to take a look at it, and the guy was starting to explain it to me, and he's like, and then we go over here and you do this, and you go over here and you do this, and this changes this, and then I was like, I'm out. I was just like, I'm not gonna.
Lance did not get sold.
I did not get sold. Too many buttons.
It also
and
has like a
levers.
layer. Yeah, it has a layer thing where you can like put and it because it's a see-through board. Like it's it's got holes in it, and underneath it can change the layout of the game. So every game you can play, it's gonna be. It's not that different. It's always the same.
The colors change, right?
The colors change. Like your cheeses, in one game the blue cheese is going to be like a good strategy to go blue cheese or whatever, but it may not always be that way because it can rotate and mix and match. I think it said something like 2000 X thousands combinations, which they're almost always it's just little variations of that.
Right.
The way it works though is kind of interesting. The way the inserts change the game, and you have different tableaus, right? Like you can only build 4 types of buildings. Everybody's buildings are different, so it gives you like a variety there to have a mix and match of different powers. It's like a 2-point building, a 3-point building, a 4-point building, a 5-point building, that kind of thing. Anyway, fromage.
So
I think it's still you can get a late pledge with the deluxe version, which comes with like I guess it says Lazy Susan like mat play mat, so I'm guessing the board will just spin easier on this mat because it's a circular board. Cheese board.
Well, one day we'll have our lazy gamers, and then we won't.
No, we're never gonna have our lazy gamers, but someone might come across with a lazy gamer solution someday.
That peckerhead.
Okay.
Oh, so I have a quick follow-up from last week. I had mentioned that board game bag. I remember who designed it.
Oh yeah, and everybody was like going freaking nuts for it.
It's freaking awesome. This is an awesome freaking bag.
I mean, it was just fine, but I mean, why I've never understood the whole thing of like I need the ultimate thing to carry my games
Actually,
from this spot to another.
Turn that a little bit. How big is
Hold
it?
on.
Oh, it's pretty big.
So it's got one large outside pocket on this side. And it's got the 2 here, and this pocket here, the one that has the meeple, they make them with all different things. They had one with a dragon. They had one with like just like a I forgot what the hell, one of those fancy bag companies design things. It was like a dice and meeples, like a group thing. But it's got nice pockets. It's got nice handles. The best handle thing on here is so you can carry it flat, and it's got like a shoulder strap. But the way that the shoulder straps go on, it doesn't go right across the middle. So on one side, it attaches in the middle, and then it attaches on the side. So when you hold it on your side, it perfectly sits up against your hip.
Can you wear it as a backpack too?
You can wear it as a backpack. It's got backpack straps. It's got dividers on the inside.
Yeah, looks pretty good. Who makes this?
And then it's
boardgamebags.com.
No, it's
overpriced boardgamebags.com.
Crafting Kingdom is the company that makes.
How much are they?
$95.
Oh boy.
And what's really cool about it is in the back
$6
here.
to make in China.
In the back here,
yeah, no shit.
There's a slot here where they actually have a rolling cart that you can slide it right over. So like when I wheeled it out of the convention center, I actually had it on top of the cooler, and the handle from the cooler was going to the thing, so it stayed. And it's got like a bungee things on the side, so if you like going somewhere and you're taking a game mat or a neoprene, one of those fancy campaign trail or campaigns of Midgard mats, you can roll it up and attach it there, and it stays on the outside. This is my convention bag now. I'm not going to use it to carry games, but use it to go to when I go to conventions to bring my stuff.
That's cool.
But yeah,
Yeah,
it comes in all different colors and different designs, and
They did 141,000 on Kickstarter and 411,000 on crowd GameFound. So 500. This is all Canadian, by the way. So divide that by
they're
2
really
or
good
whatever.
quality. They're nicely padded. They got a lot of nice features on it. I like the way that the handles attach to everything, and
Yeah, they probably teamed up with somebody to manufacture it and design to figure out what design and because there's a lot of bag makers.
I will say to anybody, if you want to buy a really cool bag, whatever, go for it. I just
We sell them for $20.
put it's like I have this weird. I don't understand it. I need a really good bag for this. Yeah, I mean, get a backpack. It'll hold a game.
yeah. I mean, I'm not going to game night anywhere and taking 6 games that I need a big bag to take them in. Like if I'm going
and
away,
that's the part that just drives me crazy is that people are like, oh, well, but I need all this. Just like I need to bring 17 games with me when I go play. Don't you have an idea of what you're going to play? I mean, I get it. You go someplace and you
do need it.
This is literally like a bag that I would take when I go away with the guys for the game week. And I would bring the 6 games and the couple of small games I'm bringing. But other than that, I'm never going to use it to bring games somewhere. Unless I'm going to be away for, an extended period of time. But if I'm going to game night at someone's house, I'm bringing like the one game I said I would bring to teach or whatever.
Board game bags are useful, Lance, just because you don't need them.
I'm not saying if people want to buy them, they should. They go for it. They should buy.
So are large suitcases on wheels.
Yeah, they should buy 70,000 bags. I mean, if that's what makes them happy. I just don't get it.
I can't see what people paying 150 for some of these bags that aren't even have as many features as this one does.
I have one bag from Board Game Tables, one of their bags, and it works. The very few times that I've ever had to bring my stuff anywhere, it works perfectly fine. All these people are saying, "Oh, those bags are garbage. They just fall apart." I've had mine for just ever. And no problems.
Yes, because you load it, you put it in the car, and you bring it into where you're going, and you put it down, and that's the extent of them moving around. These people who try to take those bags and carry them on their back, that's they're not designed for that.
Maybe. I don't know. People drive me crazy.
Well, gentlemen, I forgot I have to be up early for me tomorrow. I have a 9 o'clock.
Oh, geez. A 9? A 9, Shane? Who are you meeting with?
Yeah. So, what's that?
Who are you meeting with?
Punkle, the Vampire Survivors people.
Oh, okay.
I'm not getting up that early for anybody, but I will get up.
Game.
I will get up for them. So
go make us that money.
Isn't there a new one of those coming? I don't know if there's.
They're always putting out new versions, new updates, new whatever. Which is why it's been so hard to get them to sit down for 2 seconds to make a board game, because they want to say in it, but they never have any time to sit down and actually, give us their input. So that's what tomorrow's about. So we're gonna hopefully lock something down. So, I mean, look, Emerson Matsuchi's doing the design. If they can't get on board with something he does, I guess there's just gonna be no working with them. So anyway, well, that's what I'm doing tomorrow. So see y'all later.
Good night, Shane.
Adios, shit. I'll see you tomorrow.
To Barry.
To Barry. Great.
I think I'm gonna get going too, guys. This was
well, tomorrow's your day off. Well, I mean, it's getting
Well,
close to the
I'm
wrap
going
up
back
time
to
anyway.
next. Yeah. So, but thank
Did you get some
you.
time off?
Yeah, I told work I'd probably go back Sunday. But they're not gonna put me on the schedule. So, you know, if I can make it through a day, that's fine. If I can't, I can leave. So they're being pretty good. So yeah.
Well, like I said, you are welcome to come back
Thank you.
anytime. You know how to do everything, as you say. So
Yeah, I figured it out. So yeah.
very cool.
Good to meet you. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah,
Yep.
thank you. I
If you need
mean, Barry
anything,
talked
let us
about you
know.
guys. Yeah, thank you. He talked
Wow.
about you guys all the time. You guys, I actually thought about after I called family, you know, I was like, oh, I gotta let them know. Cause, you know, you guys were like family to him. So yeah.
I'll always remember his cute nickname for me. That
Oh
fucking
yeah.
Evan.
Fucking Evan.
Well, I mean, he called his own wife bitches, you know, so
That fucking Evan guy.
yeah. Yeah. Fucking Evan.
Well, that's what I call you too. That's weird.
There you go. It's stuck.
What do you know? What do you know? All right. Well,
All right.
if you need anything, you know how to find us, Jen.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You guys have a good one.
Good
You as
night.
well.
Good
Good
night.
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 Yeah. So I don't know. I don't really got much else to say. I mean, oh, I did have one thing that happened that was pretty cool. So my son told me that he wanted, because I've been running his friend's D&D game for like a little over a year now. And then he was like, I think I want to try running a game. And he's like, I was like, all right, if you want to run it, I can help you. And he's like, yeah, I mean, he's like, could you like give me some tips and pointers or whatever, and then just kind of watch. And then if they ask to do something I don't understand, like the rules, and I was like, yeah, that's fine. So it was really great to watch him like not be a structured dungeon master, because I'm not a really structured dungeon master of the way we like if you go on like 5e or now 5.5 or whatever the new thing is, it's all very regimented, like rules adjudicate every single thing. And so you'll go and see all kinds of stuff where it's like, if my 5th level druid casts this and does this, does that mean that I can do this? Because strictly by the rule, the rules. My son was just like, I printed him off a map that I found online. And I said, just put some monsters in there. Think of what would be cool to have in that room or that room or that room. And I remember he's like, well, why would they be going in here? I was like, just say the king hired them to map out the dungeon, and he wants to know what's in it, and then they're allowed to keep whatever treasure they find. And he's like, okay, that seems cool. But I just watched him, and I told him my trick of, like I said, don't worry about keeping track of all the hit points. I said, just give monsters hits. When they roll a 1 for damage, just don't count off a hit. If they roll a 20 when they hit, they just cross off 2 hits. Give something big 6 hits. Give something small 1 hit. Just let them. Your goblin has 1 hit. You hit it, it's dead, unless they roll a 1. I mean, if you have a ogre, it's got 4 hits. Things like that. And he ran with it, and he was just like, it would be cool if there was a trap right here, and he would just tell them, everybody roll a 6-sided die. And then they'd roll, and whoever rolled like the lowest, like tripped over the tripwire, and and had the thing happen to them. And he was just running like that. He was just coming over. He's like, I thought it'd be cool if I did this, and he got a little bit evil. He was being an evil DM to a lot of things, and just being kind of picking on people. And I was like, you can't do that. But I really liked it when he got to like the final room. He like he's like, I want to put a golem in there. And I was like, well, okay, fine. He's like, and I was like, just say it's a stone golem. And like, I didn't, golems are super tough to fight. You need like magic weapons and fighting. But he just came up, there's just he probably got the idea from one of the 700 animes he's watched. But he just put this golem, and then he told him that it had it had like a diamond in its chest, and then he decided it would be really cool that like after he decided like it had like 8 hits, but when it got down to like after it got hit and it was down to 5 hits, like the diamond would start to charge up, and then he would just and then it would like next round he'd say everybody roll a 6-sided die, and whoever like rolled the lowest, like the lightning bolt came out and like out of the diamond and hit it, and then it would stop charging him. And he just came with that on the fly. He's like I was like, where'd you come up with that? He's like, I just thought it'd be cool if it had like a gem that shot lightning at them. If you know, and they make them want to kill it faster, because if they could kill it faster, and knock it down. It was just fun watching somebody that like knew the very basics of the rules, like just decide this would be cool if I did this, and then having his friends, and they all had a blast. They were just laughing and having a good time, and coming up with like his friends are coming up with clever ways, because like the mage only had like a sleep spell, and he's like does a golem get affected by sleep spell? He's like, no. And he's like, well, can I cast sleep on the gem to slow it down? And he's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. You know, and it slowed down the charging and stuff like that. And he was just, they all had a good time. Anyway, so yeah, this is me bragging about my son, because he was, and then he got done, and after his friends left, we brought him home, brought all his friends home. And I was like, how'd it go? And he's like, it went really good. I really had fun. And I was like, yeah, they seem to have fun too. And he's like, yeah. Oh man, is it do they like when you do that stuff, do they like, do people not pay attention? Is that normal? Like, cause he had trouble. And I was like, yes, Caleb, for like the last year of me trying to like just, it's like, cause every single time anything would ever happen to one of them, they'd have to run over to the beanbag chair and show like, this is what happened when I got stabbed, as they like fly and like jump and land. I was like, yeah, now you know. Now you know what it's like when you're just trying to like tell a story, and there's these people that are just, you know. So, but anyway, that was my brag for Mason. And now he runs it, and he still has me watch and answer questions. So, pretty cool. So that's I played that. And
do
go ahead.
module at some point? You don't
Yeah,
use
so I handed him my Grimtooth traps book, so he
Okay.
could go through all the Grimtooth traps and find cool ones in there, give him ideas, and I gave him my old monstrous manual, like that has all the things, and then I gave him a bunch of graph paper. I told him, because he doesn't play this weekend, he'll play again next weekend. I was like, so just come up with something cool for your friends to do. They'll be excited. He let them gain a level, and they're playing the Shadow Dark rules. I'm not gonna like go into that, but it's a really good system, because it's just very condensed down. There isn't a 7,000 things for the people to do. And when I was at Gen Con, I went over to the Shadow Dark booth, and they were really nice. I was like, I got my son hooked on Shadow Dark. And they're like, how old is he? He's 12. And they're like, well, what do you want to get him? And I was like, well, I got to get him a rule book. And they're like, okay. And then like they also are like, well, and the guy said, you know, he's gonna need a DM screen. So they just gave me a free DM screen, and they like, you know, they handed me like a bunch of other stuff that they had for it. And they're like, he's like, that's awesome. Your kid plays this, and it's just like, you know, so Kale's pretty excited. He's got his first own like D&D book. And so I catch him reading it every once in a while. He just likes reading the charts where like the mishaps or the critical misses. He's like, look at this, they stabbed themselves in the foot. I gotta make sure that happens. So I was like, you can't just make it happen. They've got to have bad luck first. He's like, I suppose, but I hope it happens to Noah. You know, he's just like, yeah, fucking Noah. But yeah, no, it's fun to watch.
I wish I
Go ahead.
go back to some kind of D&D play, but I don't know. I just don't think it will ever work again for me. Like for a while, you know, like it's just, I always feel too goofy. But I like to think I could do it, but
you just gotta, you gotta get, you
gotta find the right group, and
find the right group, and you gotta find like the ability to like that whole dance like nobody's watching.
Yeah,
you know, just like you can't worry about it. I mean, like my normal,
or I could just watch the, what is that show, the
Critical Role,
Vox Machina.
Yeah. I mean, our D&D group hasn't met in almost 2 months just because of scheduling conflicts and bullshit. But yeah, but like we're finally gonna play Friday night. You know, I mean, I've been like itching to play my dwarf for so long. You know, he's just the grumpy dwarf. He's fun to play. Um, there's an elf mage in the party that refuses to get the spell fireball because he says, "Oh, it's not a precise weapon." He's just complaining about. Boy, we're coming across this elf village and we just arrived at it, and I'm excited. And like they have all these wizards, and the dwarf was. I decided my guy was going to find an elf that will make me a fireball scroll, and then I'm going to take it to the elf. I'm going to. He's like, you're going to put that in your spell book, and I'm going to watch you do it. It's like it's. I'm looking forward to playing. It's fun. I know it's goofy. You get like, but like
I know it's fun.
You get to pretend you're somebody else for just a little while.
Yeah.
Which is very nice and very satisfying. But anyway, what was the other thing? Oh, I went to a heavy metal concert for the first time in forever.
I couldn't tell who you went to go see from the pictures.
So
Priest.
No. So basically I told you guys I judge speech and debate, and so the speech and debate group that I work for, they volunteer their time as ushers for concerts for this production company here in town, and then that production company then donates like $3,000 or whatever to help pay for fees and things like that for whatever. And so this woman that runs it, she reached out to me and she's like, "Would you be interested in being an usher? Once it's 7 o'clock, like you're done, and then you can just stay and enjoy the concert." And I was like, "Yeah, that sounds like a good deal." And because it was Malevolence, which I'd never heard of before, but they were very solid. You can tell they're like a UK band, but they were pretty solid. And I've got to go listen to some of their music, which I haven't done. And then Kerry King, former lead guitarist of Slayer, I've seen Slayer in concert probably a half a dozen times before. But so yeah, it was exactly what I expected out of a Kerry King concert. I mean, just like, play a bunch of stuff off his album that nobody knows unless you're a big Kerry King guy. And then, oh, by the way, we're just gonna play Rain and Blood, which of course, the entire crowd just, marked out for constantly. As soon as as soon as the chords hit, you're just like, it's Rain and Blood. Everybody went insane. But and then the last band was Lamb of God, and I really like Lamb of God, but man, there was their set was just off. I don't know what was going on. It was like they're kind of a more sludgy band, and it was just too sludgy. It was like it just felt like the entire band was just slightly off, and the songs were just kind of running into each other. They weren't doing. It was just, and you know what I mean, after every single song it just seemed like they were just it felt like they were just going through the motions, because after every single song there was like, "Are you motherfuckers ready to make some noise?" This the standard. Like, yeah, hey, yeah, I didn't realize that I lived in fucking Fargo, just like, "Hey, fucking Fargo, how you doing?" Just like, so it's but man, the third band, Mastodon, played the entire Leviathan album, and it was just perfect, and it was just tight, and it was just on mark, like the entire thing. It was it was just fantastic. I mean, I enjoy Mastodon a great deal, but Leviathan is obviously like their magnum opus, which sadly was made like 20 years ago. It's like they never really matched that, but they played all of they opened up with this like montage of the old like Gregory Peck Moby Dick, you know, and just like then they just slowly they started up, and I was like, yep, this is gonna be good. I enjoyed Mastodon, but it was first metal concert I've been at. I mean, it had been I mean, it had been before I, like, maybe I had just started dating Rebecca. So it'd been like 18 years ago, last time I was at a metal concert. I made sure I got my earplugs, you know, I wasn't stupid about it. And it was nice to see, a lot of aging rockers there. A lot of gray beards like me, just standing off to the side and just enjoying the music.
Because someone had posted the thing that Lance Myxter, where are you? And you posted a picture, and I'm looking at the crowd, and I was trying to figure out who you went to see because there was an older woman in a wheelchair and a lot of like I was like, who's playing? Like, and now when you say that, now I'm looking at that crowd again, and I'm like, that does not appear to be a Mastodon Lamb of God.
So you're expecting to see them how they were 20 years ago.
Like Lamb of God, they thought it was like a Christian music
No. So if you go here, you can actually see, like, here. Hold on. So if you go to that picture that Matt Jensen posted on my thing. So here's the photo, and that's me right there doing the usher thing. There's my wife's the top of my wife's head right there. And there's the nice lady who runs the Fargo Moorhead speech and debate stuff, and she's the one who asked me. But this was during Malevolence. This was and it was good. But yeah, that was me wearing my Jaws shirt and more than yeah, but it was good. I don't know. It was I enjoyed it. And they basically said next time, you know, if you ever want to do it again, just let us know. And like, I mean, they were like, oh, bare naked ladies are gonna be here in like a month. I was like, no, thank you. But
it's a fun band.
I've seen him before. I was not impressed. So
you should have did it last couple days ago. Could have seen the Mavericks and Dwight Yoakam.
Well, Sturgill Simpson is coming, and he is like a country western singer that I actually don't mind. He covered a bunch of Nirvana songs and stuff, so he's actually pretty. He's a pretty clever guy. I might go do that one, and it would be something that my wife wouldn't mind. I was like, "Did you like the music?" And she was like, "It wasn't for me, but it was fun to be here." So, and it was very fun to be there and enjoy the crowd, if you will. All right. So I guess it's getting late. You know, we'll be back. We're not gonna. Yeah. I mean, it's I will say again. I will say again, if you want to, there's several of you that have either reached out or have already donated, so thank you very much for that. I appreciate it very much. By no means do you need to or anything, but if you want to help assuage the costs of the memorial service, the funeral, and if you've ever had to deal with one, they are not cheap by any means. So if there's something you can do, you want to help out Jen, that'd be awesome. Lance Dash Myxter on Venmo. I'm the only one in the world. UndeadVikingVideos for PayPal. If neither of those work for you and you want to try to do something else, let me know, and then we'll figure it out. I don't know.
We're gonna miss him.
I will miss that guy. It like it says, it doesn't when when we started this podcast thing, I never even considered the idea that we'd still be going all these years later, and then like we'd actually lose one of us. Like
Yeah.
it just like I felt like the podcast would peter out before any of us would die. You know, which is just it just sucks. He was yeah, just it sucks. I found that video of him and I had him interviewing me, and I had to just turn it off because I was just gonna start
Yeah, I watched
bawling.
that. I watched that video that Aldi that you posted.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's like, man, yeah.
But he of all people would be super annoyed with us talking
Come
about
on,
it.
come on, you fuckers.
Yeah. Oh,
Tough it up.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Toughen up, you fuckers.
Exactly. So there we go. Next week back to normal. I'm sure Anthony will have his initials.
We'll have initials.
We'll get it back
All
together.
gangster rappers in World War II
You know, he makes me
in honor of Barry.
It's like it made me think. It made me think of that whole thing when she said he read world like history in World War II. It's like those commercials where it's like you know who also reads books about submarines? My dad. Your dad reads books about submarines. You know, just I like those commercials very much. They said, Anthony, you have to do a BR initials game. I figured you'd have one. I figured you'd have a BR initials game going. So, but
That's it's too soon for a BR initials game.
Too obvious too. So, all right, everybody. Did I have an after boom thing that I wanted to talk about at all?
Oh, I have something.
All right. Well, we're gonna do an after boom. God bless everybody, even if you don't believe in God. God believes in you, or maybe he doesn't, because there isn't one. But whatever. Take comfort in
You
that if it
suck.
helps. Yeah. If that's your choice, just hug the people you love a little extra hard. You never know when it's just when you're gonna run out of time. So